Disconnected. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to connect.
Are you recording? Oh. Good morning, colleagues. We are getting ready to get started. But before we do, I'm just going to grab the mic and hand it over to Prof. Santi, who has a very short request of all of us. And then once he's done, then we will start with the program. Prof, just 2 minutes.
We will always remember beautiful Africa. Comrades, today is the day that the Belgians, with incredible audacity, killed Patrice Lumumba. They killed the body of Patrice Lumumba And as if that was not in itself enough, they took his entire body and put it in acid. And I think it was late last year that the only remaining part of that physique, they brought back the only remaining thing, the tooth, from Belgium. The reason that they killed Lumumba was that they realized that Lumumba was unbuyable. They had done it to other African leaders and made them and gave them the crown, whilst they kept the gold. But Lumumba refused and said that he was not going to accept symbolic freedom and symbolic independence. African people deserved to determine their own destiny. And when they realized that they could not corrupt Lumumba, when they realized that they could not buy him, they then shot him and killed him in cold blood. And so we must remember Lumumba, because Lumumba, the struggle of Lumumba was not merely about the Congo. The struggle of Lumumba was about the whole entire African continent, and not only about that, but about all African people wherever they are in the world. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we start the very first session for this morning, presented by Professor Roberto D. Hernandez. I'm just going to give a brief introduction of who Prof is, and then we will then start with the very exciting and amazing presentation right in front of us. Well, Prof is a known feature in the decolonial space, having done a lot of work and interaction with Usisnokuthula Hlabangani. So he was not the hardest man to find, which I think speaks very highly of an academic who is reachable and accessible, right? First of all, an email gets answered immediately, and a Facebook friend request gets accepted in good time. You send an inbox and it gets responded to in good time. Very often, established academics tend to be, I wouldn't say suspicious, but inaccessible to the rest of us, right? The rest of us normal people, so to speak. So he, embodies the caliber of academics such as Usisnokuthula, such as Professor Sesanti. I've been very fortunate in organizing this summer school that I have not dealt with arrogance at all. At all. And Urimo can attest to that as well. Our past summer schools, people by this point in time would be crying because somebody cannot sleep in this condition, cannot eat in that condition, cannot be driven in this condition, right? But this time around, you would swear we were just dealing with junior lecturers. You know what I mean? People do not embody this pompous, attitude and whatever of being established as academics, as activists, and so on. And for that, I am truly, truly grateful, because it makes the work that we do as well much easier. So in introducing Prof then, having, laid out the kind of a personality that we have been dealing with, that has been nothing but humble and welcoming and just appreciative of everything that Remo and I have done to try and get him here. I will then introduce Prof. Roberto D. Hernandez, who is an associate professor in the Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies at the San Diego State University. Born in Mexico, but raised in San Isidro, within blocks of the busiest port of entry in the world. The U.S. and Mexico border has figured prominently in his intellectual, political, and academic development and commitments. He earned his BA, MA, and PhD in comparative ethnic studies, Black, Native, Chicana, and Chicano studies, with an emphasis in political theory from the University of California, Berkeley, where he was a researcher within the Center of Latino Policy Research and a research fellow in the Institute for the Study of Social Change. He has also been a visiting researcher in the Center for Black Studies Research and the Chicano Studies Institute at the UC Santa Barbara. Prof. Hernandez research publications and teaching focus on the intersection of racial, colonial, and border violence, memory and monumentalization, the geopolitics of knowledge and cultural production, decolonial political theory, indigeneity, social movements, and comparative border studies. He has authored a number of publications and books, including Coloniality of the U.S.-Mexico Border, Power, Violence, and the Decolonial Imperative, Decolonizing Westernized University, Interventions in Philosophy and Education from Within and Without. So you can see the caliber of speaker that we have in front of us, the caliber of an intellectual and an academic. We are truly proud and truly grateful to have Prof here with us. I could spend the whole day just laying out the man that presents himself in front of us. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, not ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, I know Sis Noktula will strangle me soon. Colleagues, friends, and family, let's give Prof an ear. How do we switch off the lights? Is there someone who can assist us?
Kualit lanesi nanotoka Roberto Hernandez nanasi newa widari katlali tatatsi newa mamtlali nyawi temashtiani Chicano studies nauni masawali antokali tlanesi mechika nauni mitotani kalpuli kuatlike semilitsli tlaso kamatli tangata fenwa wairu fenwa huangi tiaki tushani kwasulu asania tlaso kamatli ndlebe tsulu tusana soto pedi Juan Nicantlaka. Nilse Wikba Matkumiai, Tlaso Kamatli, Nashtimno Mikayotsin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Roberto Hernandez. I come on my mother's side from Huiraricatlali, which is Huirarica land in West Central Mexico, and on my father's side from Mam land, which is Maya-speaking peoples on the border between southern Mexico and Guatemala. I am also here as a humble person from representing many of my own circles back home as a traditional dancer and a peyote ceremonial person with Kalpulitl Semilisli and Tocalitla Nesimechica. I give thanks first and foremost to both the peoples and spirits, ancestors, caretakers of this land. I apologize in advance if my pronunciation of any of the names here are inaccurate, but I give thanks to all the respective peoples here as I've come to learn or tried to learn about the various languages and nations that are present here in this land. I bring you greetings from Kumeyaay territory, which is land that I currently reside in, the land of the Kumeyaay people, which stretches across both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border. So there's Kumeyaay in the U.S., Kumeyaay in Mexico. And so with that, I say, thank you for having me here. We say Noshtimno Mekayotsin in the Nahuatl language, which is I guess I'll put it out there out front, for the lack of better terms, because we know that a lot is lost in translation. Noshtimno Mekayotsin is the equivalent of a recognition that we're all related, of the relationship between all human beings, all non-human beings, the creepy crawlers, the four-legged, the winged, the scaly swimmers, on all the elements on this earth. So we say that Noshtimno Mekayotsin in all my relations. I want to begin today by thanking Boyu and Rimo and the organizing committee for all the work that's been done thus far, logistical work in advance and the back and forth. I want to also begin by situating myself as thinking from the border in two different senses. On the one hand, physically the U.S.-Mexico border, which, shameless plug, this is a cover of my book, Coloniality of the U.S.-Mexico Border. But what you see in the far your left is the border wall extending into the actual Pacific Ocean. And I'll have some other images of that in a bit. But I also am thinking from the border in terms of the borders of Spanish colonialism, British colonialism, more broadly, Euro-American empire. In doing so, today I'll share a little bit of from my work on the coloniality of the U.S.-Mexico border, though I will also hope to elaborate to speak of the coloniality of borders more broadly, or I should say the coloniality of the interstate system, and to get us to think about borders more broadly as mediating mechanisms that make global coloniality persist, that make global coloniality possible or give it its sense of structure. What I am identifying here is what I refer to in my work as the epistemic and cartographic prison of modernity coloniality. A mouthful, I know, and I'll try to stay away from the big words today. My very first time teaching at San Diego State, quite literally the first class I taught, at the end of the day, a young woman came up to me and she said, "Oh, Prof, why do you use such big words?" And I told her, "Hey, I was just introducing the syllabus. Wait till next week." But in any case, always mindful of trying to make this work accessible, while at the same time, I would say not giving into the idea of what sometimes run the risk of an anti-intellectualism, right? I think of theory drawing from the work of Chela Sandoval, who wrote A Methodology of the Oppressed, whose original title was supposed to be Theory Uprising, but the press did not allow that. But in thinking about theory uprising, she talks about theory as the ways in which we try to create new languages to get us out of political cul-de-sacs, dead ends that have gotten us nowhere. So for me, theory is about opening those new doors out of those political cul-de-sacs. So first, a bit more about myself. I mentioned I'm from San Diego, but as we were talking about Patrice Lumumba this morning, in San Diego at the University of California, San Diego, in the earliest attempts to create what we call in the U.S. Ethnic studies, which is really more of a third world studies liberatory project. At San Diego, UC San Diego, the college of what was supposed to be the College of Ethnic Studies, when it first was created, was actually created under the name Lumumba Zapata College. So I share here, I couldn't find a better image, but it's a mural at a Czech cafe at UCSD that has, you see, Angela Davis here on the foreground, Rigoberta Manchu, Betita Martinez, up on top, Karl Marx and the Black Panther. But on this other side is Lumumba, and then further towards the corner, Emiliano Zapata, who in some ways I'll come back to him because although I just added this picture this right now, my talk, I'm also going to be speaking a little bit about the Zapatistas, which is an indigenous movement in southern Mexico that takes its name also from Zapata. So being that I was already talking about Zapata, I thought how appropriate it would be to begin also with Lumumba Zapata and the spirit of third world unity that has been represented in some of the building blocks of what we call ethnic studies and what we've now come to understand in some ways as a decolonial turn. So first, a little bit about myself and how I came to this work and why, as a Chicano from the U.S.-Mexico border, I ended up first in Barcelona, later in Granada, Cachoeira, in Bahia in Brazil, Amsterdam, Aotearoa, and now here in, if I may, Anzania or Kemet, still trying to learn the proper and best ways to refer to these lands that I'm currently in. In being raised along the U.S.-Mexico border, I often say that, and we could go to the next slide, growing up within 10 blocks from the border wall, I often grew up looking out the window of my home, my elementary classroom, my high school classroom, and seeing the Border Patrol chasing people that looked like me. On my way home from school, my way home from work, I too would be subjected to detention or where are your papers? Are you here legally? Are you a regular immigrant? And so on. And so in thinking from the U.S.-Mexico border, I want to, here's the image of San Isidro. People often say San Diego, Tijuana as a border, but San Diego proper is about 30, 35 kilometers north of the border. San Isidro is the border with Tijuana, more, like I said, 10 blocks in my case from the actual wall. So I insist on saying San Diego's not a border city. It's San Isidro that's the border. But in any case, it is in sentipensando from the border, or thinking and feeling, a concept developed by Fals Borda in the Latin American context, that to attempt to not separate thought or mind and body, or thought and feeling. Like I said, I'm sentipensando, or not just thinking, but hopefully today engaging all the senses as we talk both about the U.S.-Mexico border, but it also, as I've said, the border of Spanish and British empires and frontiers. And then lastly, as I realize I won't be as explicit on the epistemic and cartographic prison, though I hope it'll become evident nevertheless in and through what I do present here. And so for me, while I was born in Central Mexico, one of the many or multiple entry points to what I draw out as a dual project of decoloniality or decolonial analysis is both the need for conceptual clarity on what is the extent of the problem that we're dealing with, but also the deconstructive mode, if you will, but also a constructive mode of cultural and spiritual regeneration. Just before the session, I was talking to Malloy here, who asked, if we're decolonizing, what are we, for me the question is, what are we decolonizing from, and then what are we going towards? And so I hope to outline these dual trajectories, because when we talk about decoloniality, it's not just the project of countering coloniality, right? But it has both these elements of the understanding of the problem, as well as the building of alternative futures. So I'll hopefully do justice to trying to bring those two elements together today. And in talking about this work, for me, one of the many entry points is obviously 1492. I'm sure we'll mention that a number of times here. But more specifically, on a personal level, my own, next slide, my own thinking in San Isidro. Here's an image of the border, an aerial image. You could see the line that I was mentioning going into the Pacific Ocean. Tijuana on the right side is Mexico, very dense, very lively on the border, whereas on the U.S. side it's a little bit more sparse. Up in the far left corner, that's like my mom's house. That's where I grew up, right next to the wall. But for me, my memory in many ways begins not just with the U.S.-Mexico border, but more specifically with the afternoon of July 18th, 1984, of all places, at a McDonald's. A McDonald's, the so-called Golden Arches, emblematic of the American dream and so-called progress. And on that day in San Isidro, a gunman walked into a McDonald's only blocks from my childhood home in what was hailed as one of the first of so-called random shootings or mass shootings that we now seem to get at least once a week in the U.S. But in this shooting on July 18th, the gunman killed 21 people, 18 of which were Mexican. Another 18 were injured, 14 of which were Mexican. Amongst the dead were 7 Mexican nationals. You know, I often joke that an American so much as scratches their knee in Mexico, and it's an international incident. But in this case, 7 Mexican nationals killed on U.S. soil, and not one word from national officials. Among the dead were 3 of my own childhood friends, my neighbors who I grew up with, who were just there that morning or that afternoon to get an ice cream cone and never made it back home. It is from this day, this massacre, that I often say is what gave birth to my own memory, my own line of questioning, in terms of the types of questions that even to this day I pursue in my work on border violence, right? Questions such as, why do they hunt us down? And when I say, why do they hunt us down, again, if not clear already, in the U.S.-Mexico border, we have both, on the one hand, the question of the Border Patrol, which I would say represents a state, but in this case of the shooting, a civilian, right, representing, broader civil society, if you will, also specifically telling his wife that afternoon, I'll be back, I'm going to go hunt some Mexicans, right? So it was this dual process of both state and civilian violence, anti-Mexican violence, that ultimately led to my own consciousness or self-consciousness as Chicano, as brown, as indigenous of the continent. Now, before I proceed, you may have noticed that I also had the term conceptual clarity in the title. So I want to turn to the next slide, and I think at this point it would be important to take a pause or step back to try to draw out what I see as some conceptual clarity on the distinction, not only distinction between colonialism and coloniality, but colonialism as a function of coloniality. And this is only a very cursory outline. Many people we could include here. But if we are to understand colonialism as assuming the nation state as a primary unit of analysis, we have within that, the works addressing classic colonialism, being nation to nation or nation state, more I should say, one territory to an external territory. We have folks from Marx to Lenin, Mariátegui, Du Bois, Fanon, Huationgo, Césaire, and others writing in that vein. We also have others who've written about internal colonialism, such as in the context of Mexico, Pablo González Casanova, in the context of U.S. African Americans, Kwame Ture, and put Carmichael, but I guess that's the same person. It's actually Robert Hamilton and Carmichael. And then also articulations such as neocolonialism, Nkrumah and Robert Allen in a U.S. context, who, for lack of better terms, was trying to write in the book Black Awakening in Capitalist America, trying to write what he was seeing as a transition out of internal colonialism towards what arguably he would refer to as internal neocolonialism. But unfortunately, Robert Allen's Black Awakening in Capitalist America at the time was seen as simply one more book on internal colonialism and never really received the readership that I think it should have. Now, I say that because it also brings us to the question of the university, the westernized university, as one that has always prioritized or privileged new knowledge for new knowledge's sake, right, or novelty for novelty's sake, right? So what's the latest theory? What's the newest trend? And I say that because, ultimately what it does is it also doesn't even allow us to fully develop theoretical frameworks to their full logical conclusion before we have to now learn the newest theory. Now, I say this, I'm going to interject here with a short story from when we first started the Decolonizing Knowledge and Power in Tarragona, that then relocated to Barcelona. In one of those first years, we invited Chela Sandoval, and mine was the task of getting Chela to come on board and be a prof in Tarragona. And I asked Chela, look, we're doing this stuff, decolonial theory, decolonizing knowledge and power, and this is what we're proposing. And, she said, okay, I've been looking at this work, that's interesting, but tell me one thing, how is this any different than what we as U.S. third world feminists were arguing in the 70s, and she, stumped me for a second, but I said, you know what, Chela, you're right. It's not that different. But in the context of the political economy of the university that relies on new theories for new theory's sake, the only thing new, we don't pretend or have any pretensions of anything new. Our new theory of coloniality is essentially, for lack of better terms, let's deal with unresolved shit. That is the theory. So coloniality is not so much that it's, pretending to do something other than an analysis of colonialism. It is, but at the same time, it's trying to bring us back to some of those key concepts, key ideas put forth by the likes of Fanon and Césaire and Nkrumah and many others. Right? However, there is a distinction, and that is not so much one, let's say, of opposing colonialism to coloniality, but with time, if we recognize the process of knowledge production as a cumulative process where we build upon previous contributions, but also previous, as I said earlier, political cul-de-sacs, dead ends, theories that may have provided us with some openings, but also with some limits. Coloniality, then, what it does is to recognize that part and parcel of the problem was the emphasis on solely the nation state as a unit of analysis. Instead, and here in green, I have what I would outline as some elements of coloniality, a recognition that it is not solely national, but global, national, and epistemic, where there's questions of economy, authority, gender, sexuality, knowledge, and subjectivity. There's the question of hierarchical patterns of power, that despite the end of formal colonial administrations, many of the same patterns of power and domination remain in place. There's also the question of the modern concept of race as being the logic of social organization. And I would add here, following Lugones's building on Quijano, that is not just race, but modern conceptions of race and gender that structure the modern colonial world. And then lastly, this question of a critique of Cartesian dualism as a condition of possibility for the individual rational subject. Now, many have spoken and critique this idea of Cartesian dualism, but if you notice some of the authors that I've outlined here, Césaire was not writing at the same time as Quijano, right? Although, Quijano was much older and maybe they had some overlap, but coloniality in Quijano doesn't come out as a concept until the late 90s. So why do we have then Césaire within a decolonial turn, right? It's not that Césaire was speaking of coloniality proper, but rather that in what he was identifying in discourse on colonialism, he was already pointing to things that we would identify within the analysis of decoloniality, but part of the, with all due respect to Césaire, part of the limits was that, to many of these thinkers, was that there was still an overarching emphasis on the nation state. Right? Yet the decolonial turn is one that also revisits older authors to try to draw out elements that, despite the blinders of the nation state, or the fog, I would say, of the nation state, there were already elements, even in some of those thinkers, that made them not just anti-colonial, but decolonial. Right? And so here, if we have a difference between colonialism and coloniality, then we also have the elements for a difference between anti-colonialism and decoloniality, right? And again, not that they're opposed to one another, but rather that colonialism is but one manifestation of coloniality. And when colonialism proper, in the sense of classic colonialism, ended, it's fine that it ended because coloniality was already in place. Right, because it was never just about the nation state and classical colonialism in that sense. On the contrary, the nation states of the so-called independences were really what became, and I've struggled here with how to identify this, subsidiaries, outsourcing, franchises of previous empires, right? But they, in essence, took over the work of what was once colonialism. That's why I say colonialism is a function of coloniality rather than two different things. And lastly, I would add, it's not in red or green, because this is a little bit more of my work that I'm trying to also expand on here, is that in and through this process, there is a parallel between the compartmentalization of knowledge into different disciplinary divides that parallels the compartmentalization of the globe into first empires and then nation-state borders, nation-states based on territorial borders. So this parallel process of compartmentalizing of knowledge and compartmentalizing of territory into nation-states is something that even amongst other writers in the broader decolonial turn, I don't think has really been elaborated. That is something that I hope to contribute to. Now, when we say these continuations in the hierarchical patterns of power, the continuation of these patterns, despite the formal end of colonial administrations, I want to elaborate on a few examples of what I mean by that. Next slide. So I said already, the nation state becomes the inheritor of the logics of coloniality. Here, one entry point to kind of maybe understand some of the implications of this argument would be the work of Ali Masrui when he distinguishes between the epic and the episodic impact of colonization. And I know we've kind of begun to have some of that conversation here as well, where the idea of episodic is simply, colonialism, colonization was just an episode. We have a much longer history, be it in Kemet or even in the Americas. I have this debate, I've had this debate with colleagues of mine who say, why are you so focused on 1492 when, the history of peoples in the Americas goes back thousands and thousands of years? So that's not an uncommon debate. We have that in the Americas as well, but this is where I would distinguish this dual process of, on the one hand, the critique or the understanding that the problem was not just colonialism classically understood, but that the extent of the problem ran much deeper, was a problem of coloniality globally, nationally, epistemically, among the other elements that I shared. So yes, of course, we have longer histories that we could draw from, right? But that is part of the second aspect of revitalization, regeneration, recuperation, remembering, that we have to do. And so this distinction between understanding colonization as, something of epic proportions as opposed to merely an episode is one that I think was more than just an academic debate, but was also reflective in distinct political tendencies in the liberation struggles of the 50s to 70s. On the one hand, nationalists, and I do this for hopefully obvious reasons, but we could come back to that, and Marxists had different positions, yet few, if any, challenged the centrality of the nation state. Instead, the reconfiguration of colonialism, or I would say instead a new equilibrium of coloniality of power, was achieved by passing on, or the nation state inheriting the work of empire. Now another limit became the question of sexism and misogyny, and I'll come back to that as well. But suffice to say, this is Masrui writing in '86. During this period leading up to the fall of the Soviet Union, I would say we encountered a crisis in theory, especially with the fall of the Soviet Union. But at the time, also, what was on the horizon was 500 years of Columbus's so-called discovery. And these two events or moments in part help to rethink or to reveal the limits of the nation state, and also a rethinking of national identities. Now, what am I referring to here? So, as someone who comes from indigenous movements in the Americas, when I first came across the work of Sylvia Wynter, an article, 1492, A New World View, I have to admit, I was challenged by it. And I was challenged by it because as I was reading Winter, what I was hearing or feeling, I would say as well, in Winter, was what she was positing as 1492 is a world historical event that, for better or for worse, whether we like it or not, 1492 had a major significant impact that has had lasting consequences. Now, that does not negate, you know, the 3,000 plus year history that Sasanti shared with us yesterday. That does not negate the 7,000 year history of the Americas in terms of what I might touch on a little if time permits. In terms of the movements of people across the continent, it does not negate that. But it means that nevertheless, we have to have an understanding of the impact of 1492. Because being that it was such a drastic world historical moment, you know, and here arguably you could say I would be more in line with the idea that it was of epic proportions, right? If we recognize it as such, then it also puts into question what the consequent work of decolonization becomes. Because if it is simply a rejection of all things European and an embrace of all things indigenous or all things African, if we do it as simply that reaction or response of, you know, forget that, we're going to do this, then we run the risk of blindly accepting entire precepts that, whether we like it or not, we don't know, but may have been impacted by 1492. Now, it's a big may, but nevertheless, that doubt is always there. And if that's the case, then we also need to, you know, put it in suspense so that we could think critically about what we're embracing as the alternative futures, if we may not also within that, you know, be reproducing some of the logics of coloniality. Right? Now, I'm going to shift gears here to the Americas more specifically to try to elucidate how some of this plays out from my own positionality as a Chicano, as a what we would call in the U.S. or in the Americas a detribalized, de-indigenized person. But at the same time, the whole purpose of the Chicano movement was about a reclamation of our own indigeneity, of our own indigenous knowledges, languages, worldviews, ways of being. Now, that requires some work to get us there, and so I hope to be able to do that in the next 3 slides here. And I realize I'm doing a broad brushstroke of over 500 or arguably 7,000 years of history from the Americas in what follows, but if you bear with me, allow me to make mistakes so that we could then converse and build together. So after reading Sylvia Wynter's work, where I read it as her saying, you know, okay, 1992, the quincentennial, the Spanish, the Italians, and the Portuguese are fighting each other over who could claim Columbus. Meanwhile, in the Americas, indigenous people are like, 1492, nothing to celebrate. But it became these two opposing positions that really were not dialogic in any way. And she says, whether we like it or not, 1492 changed the world as we know it, so we got to deal with it. So what does that mean for Chicanos? And here, I'll turn to conceptual clarity point number 2, and the question of racial mixture as part of colonization and the ensuing national and continental identities. In a Mexican context, and again, we see this period in the 80s leading up through 1992 as a period of significant intellectual production in terms of people writing on both sides of the 1492 debate about the impact of the quincentennial. But Guillermo Bonfil Batalla, a Mexican anthropologist, wrote a book, originally in Spanish, México Profundo. Profundo, when it was translated, they kept the title as México Profundo because of the difficulties of translation, even from English to Spanish, two colonial languages, let alone indigenous languages to colonizer languages, right? But what was interesting about this book was the subtitle. In the Spanish version, it says Una civilización negada, which more literally would translate to a negated civilization. In the English translation, the subtitle becomes not a negated civilization, but rather reclaiming a civilization. Now, what is Batalla arguing in this work? Well, the first point is that colonization operated as a form of de-indigenization. Okay, now we're getting to the part of the big words, so I apologize. And you'll notice I'll get stuck too, because English is also not my mother tongue, right? And for that matter, neither is Spanish. Yet those are my two primary tongues. So whenever I have to speak one or the other, it gets complicated. I also, being from the border, am at most at ease when I shift constantly between English, Spanish, Spanglish, Nahuatl, Calo, and other variations. But nevertheless, in México Profundo, Batalla argues that in terms of colonization being a process of de-indigenization, it led to the creation of two Mexicos. And I never mentioned the profundo, what that would translate to. Profundo in Spanish has a dual meaning of both deep and profound. So deep Mexico, profound Mexico. But because, again, both are so important, and the difficulties of translating that, it was left as México Profundo in English. So he says, despite colonization that played out as a process of de-Indianization, there is a cultural, civilizational content that remained intact, maybe scarred and bruised, but nevertheless intact. And that is an indigenous civilization and a Mesoamerican civilization, despite the attempts to de-indigenize. Now, what does de-indigenize mean? It means on the one, and here let me pause and say he's writing this about Mexico, but I would say it extends throughout the Americas, right? So a number of us use the term not just México Profundo, but Las Américas Profundas, deep Americas or profound Americas. And the argument is that on the one hand, colonization and racial mixture led to the creation of these so-called mestizos, or mixed race. But the way that played out was by getting indigenous peoples to disinvest themselves from all things indigenous and to invest themselves in these new emerging nation states and ensuing national identities. Right? Whether it be Mexican, Colombian, Guatemalan, what have you. I mean, in Mexico today, there's still at least over 65 indigenous nations that are, live and kicking, language, culture, knowledge, everything, right? But nevertheless, this idea of colonization as de-indigenization was to turn Wirarica, Yaqui, Mam, Autumns, Nahuatls, you name it, to turn them into Mexicans, to get them to disinvest themselves and turn into Mexicans. Arguably, I would say perhaps we have a similar process here following the Berlin Conference, right? To get people to disinvest themselves from their traditional identities and to become, be it Zimbabweans, South Africans, you name it, right? To invest ourselves in these new national identities. And so this is what I'm referring to as the epistemic and cartographic person prison of modernity coloniality. That so ingrained have these nation states become that it becomes almost impossible to think of ourselves even, both epistemically and ontologically, beyond the very national identities that are tied to nation states that in the broader scheme of things have what? A 200, 200-year history at most. Yet when you know, and again, this is a generalization here, but when we tend to ask anyone, you know, where are you from? You know, we don't say necessarily the village. We say, I'm Mexican, I'm, you know, Canadian, I'm, you know, Norwegian, what have you, right? We think ourselves, our own consciousness of ourselves in and through the nation-state identities that have become part of this prison of modernity coloniality. Now, the other important point that Batalla provides us in this book is ultimately to recognize that even the idea of indigenous peoples is already a colonial term, right? That it's a process of indigenization that turned peoples into colonial subjects. Right, so I say that in the sense that you know, I think someone yesterday said before 1492, people didn't necessarily think of themselves as black in the same way as we do since 1492. Well, same thing. Indigenous peoples didn't think of themselves as indigenous people, right? They thought of themselves as Tohono O'odham, Xhosa, you know, Zulu, Bantu, what have you, right? But we were produced or expected to produce ourselves in and through these national identities. So original or first peoples are not themselves necessarily indigenous, but indigenized peoples, right? And indigenization appearing as this colonial relationship. Now, in the case of Chicanos, because I still, for those of you who may or may not have an idea of what Chicano is, sometimes Chicanos understood simply as a Mexican in the U.S., but I hope to shift our understanding of that as well, because I don't want to, again, Mexican in the U.S., I don't want to anchor our own understanding of ourselves on two nation states. What's the point of that, right? I would be entrapping myself, imprisoning myself within this epistemic and cartographic prison. So Jack Forbes, indigenous, I was going to say, indigenized Powhatan Lenape person, historian, poet, was a very important writer for many of us, arguably someone akin to Ngugi wa Thiong'o in the indigenous or Native American context. Amongst his many books were Apache, Navajo, and Spaniards, Africans and Native Americans, The Language of Race and Evolution of Red Black Peoples, Columbus and Other Cannibals, one of my favorite titles of all time, The American Discovery of Europe. But he also wrote in the 1970s a book called The Aztecs of the North, The Chicanos of Aztlán. And in this book, Forbes includes an essay that he first wrote as far back as the early 60s, which is a chapter in the text, and it's called The Mestizo Concept, a Product of European Imperialism. Now, how am I doing on time, just to... 9:52. Okay. So I'm going to make sure we leave ample time for discussion here. So in this Mestizo Concept piece, Forbes makes several arguments. The first is that in the Iberian Peninsula and arguably other parts of Europe, mixture of peoples already existed prior to 1492. Yet it is only in Las Americas where this, and Mexico in particular, where this concept becomes more prevalent. And he's raising the question of why is that, right? And so he says this is partly linked to the myth that Spain and Europe more broadly were trying to create at the time of themselves as superior white imperial being, when the reality of Spain and Portugal in particular was that they were never white. right? I mean, it was a very mixed population, in part, because of over 700-800 years of Al-Andalus, of Islamic or Moorish presence in the peninsula that extended even far above the Pyrenees. So I begin with that. Well, I'll come back to that point. Let me not begin anything new with that for now. But he adds then that mestizaje, or this process of racial mixture and calling indigenized peoples of central Mexico mestizos, was a process filled with violence and attempt to displace peoples and to turn them into non-indigenous in the sense of getting them to invest themselves in whiteness, in aspirations to whiteness, in a context where the Spaniards were but 400 people facing thousands, millions, right? So it became a way to separate the population, create a wedge, and give these newly racially mixed peoples, mostly through violence, less consensually, let's be clear about that, but I don't want to negate the consensual as well, to create a wedge to be able to use them against indigenous people because of the sheer numerical reality that they were outnumbered. So the mestizos become a wedge population to use against the very same indigenous or indigenized peoples from which they were a part of. And so this idea then of mestizaje becomes used in a negative way in the sense of not being indigenous, although not really Spanish either, right? You're a population in the middle, but one that is also internalizes a consciousness of I am no longer indigenous. I am aspiring towards whiteness. I'm also not black, right? So it is both about this differentiating oneself from indigeneity, from blackness, with that horizon of whiteness as a possibility, although possibility never really arrived at in actual practice. Now, Forbes further adds in this broader text that ultimately Chicanos, or those of us who, from the logic of the epistemic and cartographic prison of modernity coloniality, might just be called Mexicans in the U.S. Instead, Forbes says Mexicans are, on the one hand, culturally and racially Mesoamericans, or Nahuatlecos, meaning Nahuatl-speaking peoples, not only Aztec despite the title, but indigenous peoples from throughout the continent, who were arguably first indigenized only to become Mexicans, generic Mexicans, and then secondarily de-indigenized, right? So we were indigenized, de-indigenized, as a way to get us to invest ourselves in whiteness, in the national identities. So we're deterritorialized, de-indigenized, Christianized, Mexicanized, or to use Orlando Patterson's terms, deracinated. Now, as Chicanos who most, not all, some of us know the peoples that we come from. You know, in my case, I'm fortunate to know that I come from Huiraritari and Mam peoples. Others don't know, just simply because of the reality of colonization. But nevertheless, the whole point in naming ourselves Chicanos was to, the whole point in naming ourselves Chicanos was to do the work of re-embracing our indigenous knowledges, languages, ways of being, but it was also a rejection of nation-state logics, because for those of us that were Mexicans in the U.S., we might be born in the U.S., have U.S. citizenship, but we're not accepted as Americans. We go to Mexico, we might speak Spanish, but it's like, oh, you're from the north, huh? Right? And the assumption is you got that U.S. passport, which means you have money, which means you're no longer really Mexican. So in being neither Mexican nor American, The idea of Chicano was then to say, ultimately, it doesn't matter, the nation states don't matter. This is a political identity that is us reclaiming our connection to the land, period. Our indigeneity, our relationship to the land, to the elements, to all living and non-living beings. And now, let's see. Okay, and in terms of going back to the failures of the movements and the question of sexism and misogyny, I want to highlight that within what became the Chicano movement, right? Because ultimately that was what Chicano was, a political movement. But within the context of the movements, there was also the question of sexism and misogyny that was left outside of the conversation. So even for better or for worse, within the Chicano movement, sometimes it did play out in very masculinist, sexist ways. And here, I want to point to two books that come to mind that attempted to deal with some of these limitations. All right, so on the one hand, next slide, in the context of the Black Power movement, there was a edited volume by the title, All the Women Are White, All the Blacks Are Men, But Some of Us Are Brave, right? Black Women's Studies. And here, for those of you not familiar with this text, right, the implication or the context in which this text emerged was that Black women were engaging with the feminist movement, but they found there the limitations of the lack of a racial analysis. But in the context of the Black Power movement, they also found a lack of a lot wanting in terms of analysis of sexuality and gender, right? And hence the need to articulate a distinct position. So this was a more specifically Black women's studies text, but a second text that appears roughly around the same time, this is the early 80s, is this British called My Back, Writings by Radical Women of Color, edited by Cheri Moraga and Gloria Ansaldúa, but it's a text that that includes, Native women, Black women, Asian women, Chicanas, other Latinas, and so on. And in this text, Cheri Moraga articulates what she calls a theory in the flesh as one, a theory in the flesh means one where the physical reality of our lives, our skin color, the land or concrete we grew up on, our sexual longings, all fused to create a politic born out of necessity. I mentioned she co-edited this with Gloria Ansaldúa. Ansaldúa, separately for her part, next slide, writes a few years later a seminal text called Borderlands, La Frontera, towards a new mestiza consciousness, and it is here where she raises the question, what also does it mean to think, not just from the U.S.-Mexico border, but from multiple borders. And then also, I've been alluding to this question of Chicano. I'll wrap up this part in the next slide with a little bit more detail on that. But Ansaldúa, for her part, is in Borderlands dealing with multiple borders, not just the nation state, national territorial borders, thinking from the U.S.-Mexico border, but cultural borders in terms of herself as both Mexicana and Tejana or Texan, sexual borders as a lesbian, bisexual, queer woman, linguistic epistemic borders in terms of, existing at the crossroads of various languages, in our case, English, Spanish, Spanglish, Nahuatl, and I would add other indigenous languages there as well. Obviously, from what I've come to learn here, being here in Africa, I would say this question of linguistic epistemic borders is even much more pronounced here. Interdisciplinary, disciplinary borders, right, in terms of genres of writing. And then lastly, racial, existential, ontological borders in terms of this question of indigenous versus mestiza, questions of being and non-being, to go back to Fanon here as well. So all this to say that As I alluded to earlier, and I'll go next, Chicano emerges as a double move of epistemic disobedience. On the one hand, it's a refusal of a nation-state logic and indigenous reclamation. And notice I added the asterisk, right, because, again, indigenized, indigenous, de-indigenized, de-indigenized, and so on, right? We could get stuck here forever. But nevertheless, Chicano ultimately comes from the word Mexicano, or in the Nahuatl language, the pronunciation is actually Mexicano, right? So you see there the Chicano that's within the Mexicano, right, which comes from the Mexica people. But Mexica, which is the peoples of West Central Mexico, or no, most Central Mexico, Mexica itself comes from a combination of three words, Mestizaje, which roughly translates, and again, we lose a lot in translation, but Metzli is our way of naming the moon. Xictli is our belly button. Coyote it can be referred to as both the essence of, but also has connotations of the offspring of. And then notched is more of an affirmative yes. So arguably we could say that Mexicano or would translate to yes, I am a child or offspring whose essence is our connection through our belly button to the moon, right? Now, we are, I shouldn't say were, people who reverence the sun, but also had relationship to both sun and moon in terms of the moon cycles that governed the seasonal crops and so on. It's governed the religious ceremonial calendar. So that's why you have here the moon and not the explicit reference to the sun. But taken from this, Chicano as Chictli Coyote Notched would mean, if a dropping of the moon, but it's not that we have any less reverence for the moon, but simply the recognition that our essence is that of the belly button, meaning our essence is that of connection to our mother, connection to the land, connection to all living beings and spirit beings as well. The essential is a consciousness of a racinated or rooted self, an embodied self and collectivity that is not reducible to any nation state or to a so-called rational self of Descartes, right? It's about ultimately a spiritual fortitude, about having that positive sense of self-affirmation and trusting that we do things in a good way and trying to walk in that way, right? And so I mentioned earlier, Noshtim no me kayotsin, that we say, I don't want to draw false comparisons, but at the risk of making a mistake here, we say it often, like as I've heard in the context of some of my African relatives in the U.S. In call and response, when you say ashe, right? We say noshtim no me kayotsin. Right, so there's a relationship there, but ultimately it's not just about relations, but it's also about time. And I think we spoke yesterday about this too, about the ancestors and those to come. 7 generations forward, 7 generations back. But in being connected to 7 generations forward and 7 generations back, it also doesn't mean, we could hold off on this work because, we got 7 generations to worry about it. No, it means we are somebody's 3rd generation forward and 4th generation back, 5th and 2nd and 5th, and so on. We are always already connected across time and space to 14 generations of ancestors in both directions. Now, as I try to bring some of this to a close, I know I've been going on here for a while. Let's see, I have a few more slides, but maybe I'll save some of this for conversation. I'll highlight just a couple things here. In this period, to go back to to post-USSR and the crisis of theory that emerged. There was also what some have referred to as a resurgence of indigenous movements. Many of these that came through challenges to the quincentennial in the context of the Chicano movement that was 60s and 70s. The 90s also witnessed both because of things such as NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, the militarization of the border, attacks on migrants through Prop 187 and Operation Gatekeeper, but also an indigenous uprising in southern Mexico of the Zapatistas, the new Zapatistas. I began with Emiliano Zapata, the new Zapatistas in the 90s who took up arms on January 1st, 1994, the exact same day that NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, went into effect. These Zapatistas took over 8 major municipalities in the state of Chiapas. They took up arms, but within 2 weeks, they put down their guns. And the Zapatistas, you see here, Su Comandante Marcos and Comandante Ramona, became known in many ways for, challenging what it meant to do revolution at the turn of the century, right? Especially in a post-Soviet context. No longer a revolution with a capital R, but lowercase revolutions, right? Rethinking of revolution, but they also became known for their writings, very poetic in their language, where they referred to colonization as the long night of 500 years. As one example. But what do we know about the night is that that sun will rise again, right? In saying we only took up arms so that you could hear us, putting down their weapons and using their word as a weapon. They put ski masks and they say we cover our faces so that you can see us. Right? Because the history of colonization as a world turned upside down, a world turned on its head, has been the invisibility of indigenized peoples, right? Indigenous people. So we put on a mask so that you could see us. So the Zapatistas also became like a shot in the arm to revitalize movements, especially not just throughout the Americas, but have come to influence movements worldwide. And more recently, if time permits, I'll talk about on the eve of the 500 years, not of Columbus landing in the Caribbean, but of Hernan Cortés landing in Veracruz and going into present-day Mexico City, then named Tenochtitlan, on the eve of the 500 years of the fall of Tenochtitlan, present-day Mexico City, the Mexican president was demanding an apology from the Vatican. The Zapatistas said, we don't care for an apology. We don't want none of that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to invade Spain. And so the Zapatistas, again, poetically so, embarked on a small little raggedy boat and left from the very same areas that the Spaniards had arrived in, what is the Yucatan and central Mexico, left to Europe, to Spain. They actually landed first in Vigo in Portugal. And they said, we don't care for state-to-state or state-to-Vatican apologies. All that is noise. What we care about, we don't come here for apologies or to demand grievances. We come to meet the other Spain, the Spain from below, the other Europe, the Europe from below, the peoples in struggle in all these various spaces. Now, they made this declaration as the first phase of what they hope to be a journey to all the continents, right? So there's also talk of at some point the Zapatistas trying to come out this way to this continent. But in any case, just a little there on the Zapatistas, because this period, again, became this resurgence of, not just resurgence, but of indigenous movements, but I would say reconceptualization, because at some level, these movements have been there all along. But it's because of the blinders that we have placed on ourselves through colonial European concepts that we haven't even recognized them as indigenous struggles, right? And so I'll come back to that point in the second to next slide, but first I'll share one last thing here of what is called the peace and dignity journeys. In the context of these challenges to the celebrations of the quincentennial, a gathering, an intercontinental gathering of indigenous people was held in Quito, Ecuador in 1990. And it was there that elders and representatives from nations across the continent came together and said, you know, what are we going to do about 1492 or 1992 in the quincentennial? Among many pronouncements that came out of there, the Quito Declaration being one major document that came out of that gathering, there was also a decision to take on or do what is called the Peace and Dignity Journeys. The Peace and Dignity Journeys was a spiritual ceremonial run that was premised or based on a prophecy of what is referred to as the confederation of the eagle and the condor. And on your left, we have a image that comes from one of the codices from the Mayan peoples that spoke in our traditions of a unity of the eagle and condor. You see them there with the necks intertwined. But this eagle-condor confederation was a reference to North America as the eagle nations and South America as the condor nations. So Peace and Dignity, which happened in 1992, was ultimately a run, a spiritual ceremonial run, where people got together at Chicano, Alaska, far north, in the far north, and ran south, going through as many communities, reservations, villages, barrios, ghettos, you name it, trying to, with the Eagle staff, carry the prayers of the people. And same thing, I don't have it in the picture here, but same thing, Tierra de Fuego in Argentina. The southern route ran north with the idea of meeting in the center point of the continent. Now in 92, they actually met at the pyramids in Teotihuacan. And when they met at the pyramids, here's just a sample of some of those runs. The bringing together of the eagle and staff, the eagle staffs and the condor staffs represented the symbolic reunification of indigenous peoples throughout the continent. A commitment was made that every 4 years this run would happen, right? So it happened again 96, 2000, 2004, 8, 12, 16, 2020 took on a different shape because of the pandemic. Right now we're in preparations for 2024. That route, over the years, it has grown to take on several tributaries to reach more peoples. That route there's from 2016. But each run, every 4 years, has also been dedicated to a very specific prayer, right? So one sample, 2016 was dedicated to the seeds. 2008 was to the water. There was a run dedicated to the children, to the elders, to the women, to the sacred sites. 2020 was dedicated to the fire. Again, that took on a whole different direction that if we could come back to in Q&A. But I point to this Peace and Dignity run because in many ways it has become a non-state centered way of indigenous peoples throughout the continent to come together. Now, one thing is the run itself, right? It's not just about we run every 4 years, but the basis of these runs is to start building the relationships across nation to nation, across different people. So we sometimes say, you know, it's not just, okay, we did our thing in 2012 and see you in 2016. What matters most is what we do between 2012 and 2016, and in terms of the continuing to build with one another. So let me see. These slides just don't end, but I do want to, you know, and I apologize for the time that I've been taking here, but I do want to try to wrap this up. I had, as I was reworking some of my notes last night, at this point, each of these could have been multiple slides, but I decided to just leave them there as brief points, and we could come back to these in more depth later. But I don't want to end without addressing the initial question of why Barcelona, right? Why decolonizing knowledge and power in Barcelona, especially as a Chicano, right? So being that Spain is, you know, the empire, right? Is this just like Fanon going to Paris? Well, you know, I got a lot of shit from my own folks. What do you mean decolonizing in Spain? F that, we need to do that here, you know? I'm sure maybe some of you that have been to Barcelona got some of that too, right? But the point in going to Barcelona, in going to Spain, is, and I've come to this only with years of reflecting back, is that it became important because it was also about challenging one of the foundational myths of coloniality, which is that Europe was a white space. Right? Because if we only do coloniality, decoloniality from the Americas, and we say we're indigenous people here, there are white people there, there's black people there, then, and Asian people there, or what have you, then we're already accepting one of the foundational lies of coloniality, right, which is this idea of discrete peoples, racially discrete peoples in different continents. Indigenous, we challenge the European, that's it. And we don't recognize what Forbes pointed out about how even the Iberian Peninsula was not white, right? So going to Barcelona has also become important to challenge those foundational myths, to recognize that even Europe is not the Europe that it has pretended to be all along. That it has, so we get to reveal the trickery and the lies of colonization in that way. And you know, and we started these projects under the name Diálogo Global, or Global Dialogue, but over the years what became very clear is that beyond just global dialogue, that what was emerging in the practice of these encounters was more of an inter-epistemic dialogue, or a south-to-south dialogue, right? It's not just about going there to challenge Europeans, you know, it's about talking to each other. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention even Nkrumah. In the introduction to conscientism, he speaks of the different colonial students, right? Those enamored, enchanted by empire, but there's also those that take those tools to be able to turn back and do the work of, you know, he says national liberation. I would challenge that in terms of nation-state liberation, but to do the work of taking those tools, understanding empire, to be able to turn the world back on its head for all that it's been, you know, upside down. Now, this process of inter-epistemic dialogue and reconceptualization, not only, as I hope I've been elucidating here, the question of nation states and ensuing national identities of this epistemic cartographic prison, but I want to end with a different understanding that would be one of challenging the idea of the modern colonials worlds, including even that of the left, of the extracting of natural resources for national development. And what I mean here is that, you know, when I said there was a resurgence of indigenous movements in '92, that resurgence is a wrong term because these were indigenous movements that were there all along. But through our categories, our westernized categories, including Marxist categories of the left, we only understood them as natural resources, struggles over land, right? Peasants, struggles over extraction of oil, protection of rivers for hydroelectric plants. We only conceived of them as resources rather than recognizing that these were always already indigenous movements fighting in the defense of life itself, of the sacred elements, fire, water, land, and air that constitute life. And then what does that mean in terms of how we might then draw lessons from the natural world? So this point of shifting our lens from natural resources to elements, this is a forthcoming piece that I have. But something else that I've been working on is that in looking to the natural world, and I, you know, we have to add quotes on natural as well, but we also recognize, as was presented yesterday, about the existence, the coexistence of, for lack of better terms, these male and female energies or entities within everything. In one of the ways of the Tepehuan people in Central East Mexico, you know, there's an understanding that the water itself, you know, we often talk about waters as feminine waters, but the Tepehuanes recognize the water as also feminine and masculine, right? In the sense that all the water that is already on this planet has always been here, and there hasn't been more or less, but it shifts. The waters that are already on the ground, oceans, rivers, lakes, streams, those are feminine waters. But when the waters rise up and go to the clouds and then come back down, as they descend, be it fog, mist, rain, snow, those are masculine waters, right? So there's also a complementarity there in terms of the waters themselves. But what does that mean? As a lesson for social relations. Right, and I'd be remiss if I don't mention, right, we use male and masculine or feminine in the spiritual sense, and that's very different than male and female in terms of social categories, but again, the limits of the English language. So I want to add that footnote there. But there's a lesson to be learned there in terms of if we want to restore balance and equilibrium and harmony and justice to this world, then even the tendency to think, well, it should be a balance of male and female, 50-50. Well, what happens when you lay down your crops? And if you get too much rain, the crops don't grow. Not enough rain, the crops don't grow, right? You need both. You need the feminine waters, you need the masculine waters, but even the idea of a 50%, I'm thinking here now in storms, right? 50% chance of rain, or if it rains even that much, it's too much. It's going to destroy the crops. So equilibrium is not a 50-50. I would say, thinking here about the feminine divine and the feminine the centrality of the feminine in many of our traditions, you know, for lack of putting, at the risk of putting two-faced of numbers, I would say the divide is more like 20-80, right? Now, what does that mean? It means that as men, we also have to learn to bring it down a notch. Even 50-50, we're taking up too much space. 20, 25 at most, you know, but we defer to our women. We defer to the teachings and knowledge that they carry. This is not feminism per se. This is what the natural world teaches us. This is what listening to the waters teaches us. This is what listening to the earth, the sun, the moon, this is what that teaches us. And so the Zapatistas, and I promise this is the last slide, in doing the work that they have done of trying to not just shift the cartography of reason, as Lewis Gordon and others have tried to elaborate. They have talked a lot about building our own geographies and calendars, shifting our ways we conceptualize. I gave an example here of resources to elements, but even how we think of our territories, and I believe you spoke also of the calendars, right? How we conceive of time and our relationship. And part of that, I've already pointed to the Zapatistas going to Europe as part of this journey for life. And this is a different image. They're here on snails. They use these types of symbols because it's also about a collective consciousness, collective building. And the snail, it has many meanings, but two that I'll highlight, right, is that it's moved slowly, but it keeps moving. Right? But they also say we move at the pace of our slowest member, meaning we leave no one behind. And even, and this is also a pedagogical tool, right? In westernized education, you do certain exams, you pass, you move to the next level. No. In Zapatista education, once you've understood the lessons, now the students also help the other students until everyone understands it before we go to the next lesson. But in these processes, the Zapatistas also created or helped create, when the uprising first happened, what is called the National Indigenous Congress. So they took up arms, it forced the government into talks, but then when the government said, okay, let's negotiate, the Zapatistas said, we're not going to talk to just us, right? Zapatistas, even those communities are like 5 or 6 different ethnic Mayan groups, Tojolabal, Tzotzil, Quetzalmam, Calquichesh, and others. But they said, you're not only going to talk to us from Chiapas, we'll only talk to you if you meet with all indigenous peoples from all Mexico. So that process, which became the San Andres meetings, the San Andres Accords, forced the hand of the Mexican government to negotiate not just with that rebel group, but to bring representatives of all indigenous nations in Mexico, and that became the basis for the creation of a National Indigenous Congress that has become the space of encounter that is very active to this day, working to bring unity amongst all indigenous peoples in Mexico, but through spaces such as the Peace and Dignity journeys and other spaces, to also bring about this intercontinental indigenous unity. Now, Chicanas and Chicanos, being that we were, as I've already said, indigenized, de-indigenized, English, Spanish, don't even know some of our own languages. Nevertheless, the fact that we know English and Spanish has, for better or for worse, placed us in a position to be this bridge between English-speaking indigenous people and Spanish-speaking indigenous people. So both through Peace and Dignity, but also accompanying, working with, I and my comrades work closely with Mexico's Indigenous Congress to try to facilitate those relationship buildings with English-speaking indigenous peoples. So to me, to bring this to an end here, is that the work of decoloniality then is not just of that critique, but it's also of that regeneration, rebuilding, remembering, and not just of our own, but with others, to truly try to build what the Zapatistas call a world in which many worlds fit, what we sometimes refer to as pluriversality. But again, these are only different ways of naming the same. This is what Mestizaje called for in his letter of renunciation to the Communist Party of France, his letter to Marie Thorez, when he said, we want a universalism that does not, that is truly universal. We don't want to be walled off, and I want to emphasize the wall in terms of border, walled off into particular units among ourselves and not talking to one another. This is what decoloniality, I think, offers us. Again, not just as critique, but also building pluriversally. And the last thing, well, I keep saying, I've said last like 20 times. And going back to Ngugi and Nkrumah, I was struck by how the very first line of conscientialism is about borders, is about the Berlin Conference. In Ngugi wa Thiong'o, you don't get it until like the second paragraph. But front and center is a question of borders, even in those two texts. And so in building not just a rebuilding or regenerating of an indigenous Americas, we also in San Diego, and I promise this is the last one, we build, I'm an academic, I apologize, but I also, would say that, and many of you here know this, I don't feel I even have to re-emphasize this, but I'll do it anyways, is that decoloniality is not just about theory and the epistemology, but it's about the practice, it's a praxis, it's about the doing. So I also, when I'm not in the university context, I also help run the Centro Cultural de la Raza, which is a cultural center in San Diego. It's actually a former water tank, and right 200 yards from us, another water tank, the World Beat Center. And the head of the World Beat Center there, Makeda Shidam, and this is my wife, Imwat. But we work together with the World Beat Center, and where we coincide is actually in a lot of sometimes people think of the Centro as the Mexican, Chicano, and Latino space, and then World Beat as the African space. But we are both keen, to say, well, yes, but there's more, right? Yes, but we coincide on the indigenous. We work together on the indigenous because these are precisely, again, for better or for worse, through colonialism, what has brought us together and has made us recognize the need for accompanying each other in shared struggle. I added this last picture in the bottom because I couldn't find one that showed both, but we're really close to each other. That's the World Beat in the back of this picture. There's a grass area in between, right? So we take over this grass area, and we do a lot of joint work there in that space. But ultimately, what it becomes also a question of is about the occupation and taking of land, taking of space. And these two centers both came about through occupations in the late 60s, early 70s. And we continue to hold these spaces and try to build there together. Ahora sí, Tlazocamatlemiac, many thanks. And I already said thank you. Huh? Last, but the really, really last one is one within the closing one. If you notice here, the wall, in shooting out into the ocean, over time, what has happened, and it happens often, time and time again, see these gaps here? All this fell into the ocean. The water, the wind, the sun brusts away this metal wall and brings it down. What more, but the natural elements of life itself to point to the unnaturalness of these boundaries. Ahora sí, thank you.
Oh, wow, okay.
Okay, so.
Thank you very much, Professor Hernandez, for a very beautiful, brilliant, and excellent presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And you would be comforted to know that you've got a very strong ally in Mamchali, Professor Tlabangani, You know, sometimes she attacks me with love, but in a very implicit manner. Implicit as it is, I always feel it. And she would say that, you know, we must free ourselves from this Eurocentric preoccupation with time. When I try to rush myself and say I want to finish in 5 minutes' time, I've never responded. But you've provided that platform for me to respond today. I understand and I accept that. Having said all of that, Professor Hernandez, you have beautifully outlined the, you know, one of the points that you earlier on, unless of course I misunderstood you, when you were explaining the concept of decoloniality and its history. You were saying, if I understood you correctly, that you know, there's a context in the academic world where we need to produce theories and all of that. And if I understood you correctly, you said sometimes for the sake of. Mm-hmm. And so in that context, if I understood you correctly, emerged also. But you say most, and I'm confident that I understood you, you said that decoloniality was not, you know, oblivious to the fact that it had ancestry to that. And in fact, the scholars that were being cited were scholars such as Fanon, you mentioned. And so in the context of you know, our country in Africa, the anxiety, and again, indirectly speaking to Mamchali, Professor Hlabangani, who was saying yesterday, she looked me in the eyes, and in English, the correct English is looked me in the eye. She said, but you know, had it not been for the fact that we had gone to Barcelona, we would not understood A, B, C, and D. And I think there was some kind of a very beautiful, loving protest at the same time that comes from a sense that those who speak decoloniality are being attacked. And through you, I am responding to her that certainly not. This is not the case. It was never meant to be. We appreciate the fact that African people can also borrow very powerful instruments of analysis from other parts of the world. But the pain with us, the African people, has been that, unfortunately, you know, when some of us thought that Marxism was superior to any kind of a tool of analysis, began to think that prior Marxism, African people were not able to understand the issues of class. And that's a serious, you know, misunderstanding on that part. And so when some of us began to embrace Islam, they thought that Islam was the first to bring about, you know, liberation of women, and not understanding that in Kemet we were the leaders in this regard, and that the very concept of Ubuntu liberates everything. So when they went to Christianity, thinking that African culture is inadequate, we began to protest. And so we experienced that with also the scholars of decoloniality, when they were beginning to argue that Ngugi wa Thiong'o was obsolete. In fact, Ngugi wa Thiong'o had become irrelevant. When in fact you say, and I heard that Torres, when he came here, made that acknowledgement that in fact we learned from Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And so I truly appreciate, you know, all of this that you presented with a great sense of humility, and some other time I will find time to respond to some of the other, you know, brilliant issues that you raise. I just stood up to appreciate all that you said. We were saying earlier this morning, and in alignment now with Mamchali, whom I love very much. She knows that I do. You know, we were saying earlier on, we're having a very conversation with Tabs. We were saying we wanted to acknowledge when Mamta and Maleta, the manner in which you've organized this, because more often when we go to conferences, a speaker would be given to the maximum 45 hours, and all of us who are there would then be given to the maximum 15 to 30 minutes to discuss. And all of this ends up none of us having achieved anything. The person who came, you would come all the way from Mexico to only address us for 10 minutes. You've flown for more than 2 hours, 120 minutes, only to address us for 10 minutes and then leave having benefited nothing. So we were saying this morning to each other that we need to acknowledge this openly, Maleta, that you and your team have beautifully arranged this, beautifully conceptualized, and we truly, truly, truly appreciate. Thank you very much.
Prof, I would like to say again, I also agree with what Prof had just said now, that really this is amazingly organized. Thank you for that. Prof, thank you for your excellent and insightful presentation. What really caught my attention was the identity crisis that you described. I think this is a very, very, very important subject that needs to be explored further, because myself, for example, if I have to identify myself, I'm a South African, but I'm also an American. I hold U.S. citizenship. But when I'm in the United States, I just want to show the bias between that. When I'm in the United States, I immediately become African American. Yet other Americans who come from European countries would be defined as a Spanish or what? By their country name first and then American. But for me as an African, automatically I become an African American. And yet I'm not really an African American, I'm a South African American, if they have to be correct. And on the other hand, when Americans come to South Africa, they are referred to as Americans. But I don't know what their identity then become when they're here. But what is important that really I really want to point out is that when I define myself, I say I'm a South African. And I do not say I am a South African and then use whatever race apartheid has defined me as or identified me as. And yet, it is sad to see that when other Africans come into the country, we then are no longer Africans, but then we xenophobically refer to them as the other. They are Zimbabweans, they are this and that, they are not Africans. But we say we are Africans. How do we then, and this only become a consciousness, because I also wrote an article on the identity crisis in South Africa, and I see how people have been defined as colored, black, according to the apartheid system, and yet it appears to be written in stone that we have then to identify ourselves as such because it was done by the apartheid system. And what I want, this consciousness of just being African seemed to just emerge in academic spaces, and yet in everyday life, among us ordinary South Africans, which I would include myself in as well, we quickly define our identities as I'm colored, I'm Indian, I'm that. But when we are overseas, I'm totally, completely just South African. But how the bias that seem to be there, and on how we see each other as individuals and as human beings, and honestly speaking, we are in South Africa. We are South Africans, Prof. Yeah, you are. We are South Africans, and oh yeah, no, we are Africans, right? We are in South Africa, but now the problem is when a white person identifies themselves as African, we as Africans, because of the pain we went through all these years, quickly object to that. We would say, okay, no, they might be South African, but they are not really Africans. So there's the bias that I tend to see, when I'm in the United States and when I'm in South Africa, and I also presented paper on race or ethnicity. How do you define yourself as South African? And you would find, based on the research that I've done, people would say I'm a Xhosa, I'm a Zulu, I'm a Sotho. They would never really first say I'm a South African. they would just say that, and that also emerges in these political debates, especially when racism emerged, for example, in schools about hair and all other issues, which I'm also writing about, which is crucial, discrimination against African hair. When they emerged, we all stand together as Africans, but in our different spaces, when conflict arises, we are Zulu, Xhosa, English. How do we,
I mean, if I could respond quickly, I mean, I think you perfectly outlined the various contours of what I was trying to get at with the epistemic and cartographic person, right? That we continue to think of ourselves only in and through the national identities, the nation-state identities that have been bestowed upon us, right? Or even the internal categories of the nation-state, be it here, colored and so on, or becoming African-American in a U.S. context. But the point is that we're interpolated into the categories either internal to the nation-state or of the national state identity as a whole. And in an article, Aníbal Quijano beautifully ends with this line that says something along the lines of, let us cease to be what we never were. Right, in reference to acknowledging these national identity, nation-state categories that have been imposed on us, right? Now, that's one part of it. The other part that you mentioned, conflict amongst, say, the different indigenous nations, this is also why I spent the time with the example of the peace and dignity journeys. Because even amongst indigenous nations in the Americas, right, not all is always peace and friendly, right? But the run, the spiritual run, has also become a way for even indigenous nations that have historically had issues with one another to come together intercontinentally. So I know here the question of being African unity and Pan-Africanism, yes, it's been in academic spaces and political spaces, but then the question that I have, and more as a listener wanting to learn is how then might you operationalize a truly African unity of the peoples, the various, not nation-state, national identity peoples, but of all the various indigenous peoples. How do you bring that into true fruition on this continent, both beyond and despite the nation-states, right?
Prof, thank you very much. You were rich in details and theoretically gifted as the lens that you were speaking from. As you were speaking about the significance of decoloniality, summer school in Spain, and Barcelona in particular, and why? I was thinking about the fact that the significance of the 500 years context, which talks of Spain as the first modern state in terms of the very birth of modernity itself. I remember, and I'm so grateful for Unisa to have granted that opportunity to go to Barcelona. Walking down the La Rambla Street with Professor Loazi Lushab, as we walked down, I was seeing, but I was not actually seeing what is happening as the leaves of coloniality were falling. As we approached the Barceloneta beachfront, we're looking at the statue of Columbus. But what struck me as a colonized slave into Christian Reformation theology, leaves are beginning to fall when I look at the angelic images lifted up to Columbus
who is pointing to the other direction. But there's a picture that also struck me. An elder giving what seemed like a ball to a young man who is holding a pen. And that is like he's writing something. But I also see the very foundation and the nature of what colonialism is about, that it is spiritual. It is about the destruction of other people's metaphysics so that it inserts theirs. Now, Professor Lushaba is asking me, Moi, what are you seeing? For the first time, I saw Gothic horror of war and violence, pollution of the spiritual world. That also is expressive of the priestly gowns. I just saw the discourse of violence, but interesting enough, again, as we were working with, sitting in one restaurant with Dr. Mkonza, we were obsessed with these things of Spain. Now, we were sitting around some of the customers who had come to the store. They quickly rejected, we are not Spanish, we are the Catalonians. Now, I realized that the significance and the trouble of global coloniality makes me to think my situations in South Africa are unique. But the second layer to that, when I opened up from my own entrapment within the South African silo and township mentality, but because I had not traveled to see that there is a structure across wherever you find yourself, where people who look like me, wherever you find them, they're in the same situation. I meet a fellow in Boston, Massachusetts, as I approach McDonald. He looks like me, but the accent is different. I need a dollar, somebody give me a dollar. When I come home, but all these people look the same, but expressed in different languages. Their condition is the same. Then I realize global coloniality, that don't think in your own cubicle or container of a gas. Then when you step out, you realize the world is different. But the other problem again that I have as a South African, because of the experience of what happened between the African people and the Afrikaners, it made me to think wherever I go in the world, when I look at somebody physiologically who is pigmented different from me, the South African experience arises, love and to love. But without having had an opportunity to recognize that you're not in South Africa, you've already stepped out. Maybe it's very interesting to understand who these people are. So what I wanted to come to as I close is to realize coloniality as something that I wrote here within the context of 500 years. As a multi-layered zigzag strata, spiderweb, multi-layered constellation of many things, political, gender, and all of that. So I realize that from time to time, like as Christian says, if you claim to be without sin, you are a liar. It would appear that in decolonial terms, the expression would be, if you claim to be without coloniality, you are lying and there's no truth in you. So the point is, which is what I'm afraid about, coloniality is all over. Even as we seek to step from outside its spider web of 500 years, the language that we use, questions of identity and how diluted they became against this desire of rehumanization. Some hold on to the egos which are byproducts of coloniality. themselves. And so to create that free space that allows the rebirth of the human from these entanglements, I find that a challenge. Thank you.
So just a couple thoughts that I was scribbling here as you were speaking, right? In Barcelona, the statue there of Columbus, if you look closely at the base of the statue, there's also a series of images of the Spanish, in essence, bringing civilization and Christianity to the Americas, the indigenous people in very submissive or dominated, kneeling before the Spanish, and all these different kind of body contorted that express that domination. But alongside that too, there's images of some of the indigenous people literally coming out of the plants and the trees. But that is to say, and this is where, again, I still don't have an answer to this, but the idea that indigenous peoples are also not just related to nature, but part of nature, in the sense that we're the non-human, right? And the more, we're part of the backdrop rather than subjects in our own right. This is why I, take issue with thinking in terms of, even in our critical work, still thinking of nature as nature, right? Because that, I don't, again, I'm shifting more towards the elements themselves as a basis for sustaining life. But because even the word nature, we run the risk, again, of reifying not our understanding of our relationship to to everything that is, but instead their understanding of nature and us as a part of nature in a negative sense, right? So there's a word nature there that I think is an issue, but in saying coloniality, yes, it's global and it's all over with different manifestations in different places. Yes, but contrary to, let's say, Hart and Negri in Empire, that they suggest that it's already, it's a done deal, empires everywhere, get used to it, in a sense, get over it. I would say coloniality is totalizing, but never really fully complete, right? And that is where there's spaces that are still represent a challenge or an relative exterior to coloniality. And I say relative because that, again, is where the note of caution to just a full embrace of some indigenous concepts without the pause to critically reflect, might that also be contaminated by coloniality, right? And we need that pause, right? Because there's always that possibility. Again, in some cases, yes, in some cases, no, in some cases more than others. But that is where that moment of pause and reflection is important. Now, one thing I forgot to mention, and I wrote down here about Barcelona and then all the other schools. The first school that came after Barcelona was Granada. And in Granada, it began as, forget the name, it had a long name, some Islamic liberation theology, and I forget the full name. Eventually, that first year, we had Muslim students who came and thought it was not Muslim enough. And we had non-Muslim students that thought it was going to be a space for people engaged in the study of Islam, but then that felt it was too Muslim, right? And so then we reworked it and became critical Muslim studies. But all that to say that even when we began Granada, critical Muslim studies, it came out of a recognition of after the first 2 years in Barcelona, that, and I alluded to it, but I didn't spell it out, that although we called it global dialogue, in the 2 weeks, usually the first week, everybody was talking past each other. Everybody wanted to talk about the particularities of their own spaces. Everybody was using even the same words, but radically different premises, presuppositions, points of departure, that it wasn't really a conversation. Everybody was fighting for space. And it was only until the second week that then we arrived at more fruitful conversations. But what that made clear to us was that before we engage in this inter-epistemic dialogue, and this was something that was brought up by Professor Salman Said and Hatem Basian, is they were thinking in terms of the Muslim participants. Before Muslim students could participate in an inter-epistemic dialogue, we need to understand for ourselves what does it mean to think decolonially grounded in Islam, right? And so that idea became the basis then for the first offshoot of Granada, right? So that Muslims and people engaged with the study of Islam could first work through the particularities of Islam to arrive at what it might mean to think decolonially from there. Mexico, the Mexico program is called Decolonial and Feminist Latin American Thinking. And the emphasis is very heavily not only feminist, but on both indigenous and Afro populations in both Mexico and Latin America, Spanish-speaking, right, which is similar but different than, say, indigenous and Afro populations in English-speaking contexts, colonies, former colonies, right? But the point of the different offshoots, at least initially, was to try to arrive at those questions of what might it mean to be thinking decolonially from a given social historical experience, right? Brazil, decolonial black feminism, right? What does it mean to think decolonially from a black feminist position, with the idea that all these different nodes would eventually lead towards some type of inter-epistemic, pluriversal, south-to-south conversation. So thank you for that, yeah.
Okay. I do not want to ask you to die, but we are on the way to the refreshments.
I should suffocate a bit. Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to also take this opportunity to love my brother on my left back, since he publicly professes to love me so much while also taking issue with me. And I suppose that's a healthy kind of relationship. But as well, I really want to say that your offering to us this morning, Prof. Hernandez, has been really generous. Particularly, I want to underscore what I perceived to be perhaps your rather taking flag from us, in regard to the time that you were supposedly taking, but in service of something bigger than perhaps the flag that you would have received, which I really want to take back to this notion of time that I'm notorious about. You started off by saying borders, we didn't cross the borders, they crossed us. And as such, we didn't invent the watch. We are very cognizant of time in different ways than the capitalist logic that keeps crossing us. In the same way that the titles that we wear in the university are crossing us and fashioning borders amongst us that we are erecting and solidifying, even as we seek to undercut coloniality in all of us. And I think the quintessential rhetoric that I would bring that South Africans would understand at this point to further accompany my point is this idea that there's roads in all of us. And as such, with every breath that we take, we bear the responsibility of understanding that there is a roads inside of us who we need to demolish all the time in order for the borders not to be normal. So I really wanted to also add, my gratitude for the rich theoretical as well as poetic, and I find Unisa in particular is very short of poetry, more and more these days as we become rational, ranking, standardized, professors, kind of thing. And as such, what I'm taking away from your offering, and perhaps to marry it to, I'm still suffocating, marrying it to this idea of the human that Lehasa is putting us towards, and I think was part of what you were also bringing, it was bubbling under in your reflection, and this ego that seeks to survive. And I think that's the dilemma that we carry as we understand that there's an utopia. Erika yesterday said, Africans, what's your utopia? And I would say that perhaps our utopia may be the same as the utopia of the people about whom you speak, but may not be the utopia of the colonizers. Hence, we find ourselves here. And as such, this idea of the human, I think the reason that it doesn't sit so well with many of us is that that utopia is still yet to be worked towards. And as such, hearkening towards this human without first settling the scores may actually be anti-human in the first instance. So I think that's the place that many of us are finding ourselves. And what else did I want to say? And that I appreciated your preface to say, allow me to err. Because if we are all going to be perfect in our presentation, if we are going to be perfect in our humanity, if we are going to be perfect in our salvation, if we're going to be perfect in the things that we are to each other, especially in this space, then I think we lose the space. The idea of being degenerated, uprooted without root, I think it's one that we're all grappling with here. And I think Vuyo, as well as I extend gratitude to her and the thinking that went to this, that so far in the past day and a half, we have seen how this has been playing itself out. And as such, this idea of dismemberment, how it has shown itself even in what you presented to us, to the extent then that perhaps we could go back to this global understanding of this logic that has uprooted and derooted all of us. And I hope at some point that we can come to a place as a collective to say, what is this logic of coloniality? If we were to say in a phrase, if we were to say in a few words, what is this logic that seeks to build bridges in the sea, and it insists on doing that only to normalize these borders, that, and I think your presentation gives us one logic, that of border erecting, which I do make a distinction with Anzaldua's border thinking. So I also wanted to raise that. Thank you. I'm dead now.
So if just to respond briefly, in the work that, it's hard to call it work because it's really poetics as well that the Zapatistas have provided us in thinking about building our own geographies and calendars. Otherwise, one of the things they've emphasized is the idea of neither center nor periphery. Right, and so if the world has been structured through centers and peripheries and semi-peripheries, do we just want to recenter but still maintain the architectonics, the structure of a center and a periphery? So how might we think of different types of geographies? And by that, reference to not just space but the social relations of how we relate to each other. So coloniality, to say in the briefest of ways that I can possibly try to encapsulate it, would be to understand the extent of the problem, that it was not just about the nation state and independence of the nation state, right? Because already the interstate system was part and parcel of coloniality to begin with. And so Spain, in being, going back to Rich's comment about the first modern nation state, and part of the issue of why perhaps some of this work has emerged from Latin America is not that Latin America is unique. I mean, not at all. We look to other traditions and have built on that, but it's also, in part, I would say instead, because Latin America supposedly gained its independences in the 1820s, most countries, we've had the benefit of over 200 years to think about the limits of the nation state. So when we say building a different geography, a different form of political authority, governance, I mean, I do not wish a nation state on anyone. I think that's when you end up with democracy instead of liberation, right? To put it in these terms, right? Yet, the movements of the 50s and 60s, what were they doing? Trying to achieve their own independent nation states. So they were entrapping themselves within that prison without even knowing it. And it's not to critique or dismiss or speak bad of our ancestors who fought and fought valiantly with the resources they had at hand, because they thought that was a way to liberation. Right? But if we now are trying to gain conceptual clarity that the nation state was part of the problem to begin with, as this inheritor of global coloniality, then that's what begs for ongoing open conversations about different types of decolonial horizons.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Hernandez, and thanks for the conversation. This is a very difficult chair to be in because you don't want to let people die. So in my effort of not letting you die, you might be thirsty, but we will carry on. Now we are going to move on to tea, which is going to literally be 15 minutes, and I'm going to be hounding everybody to get back at 11:30, please. The refreshments are outside. Just one note, I don't know if you were able to do this in the beginning. If any of our colleagues who joined us today, our name tags are over there, and then please just consult me about getting your notebook and registration. But other than that, we go to tea. We will be back at 11:30 for the next session. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was trying to get to you quick enough there. Yeah, I think we just had the exact same setup. Yeah, I think that might be that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I'll just replace my laptop with your
Perfect.
one.
Okay.
are about to begin, please. Eh? And then? Where's the pie?
And also, no answer yet.
We are starting inside. Okay, all right, thanks.
You just say he's a PhD candidate needed and submitting with his PhD. And then, do you know how to pronounce his name?
Owen O'Quinnigan.
Because name is hectic.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to start the next session. I'd like to briefly introduce our next speaker, Owen O'Quinnigan. He is a PhD candidate at the end of their journey in the Center of Post-Colonial Studies at Linnaeus University in Sweden. Owen, over to you.
Goes Johnny Shoiga and take more glor. Smetioch le dochas if we do yin. Mares to Andrel Tolish is a Jesha Lokran. Has Mohulege Temple Day is to blind a hoge. It's a bin a glor. A yark mohulo a rogo me. Gos aso Christ, Torgom relief no gagaiter ihan no lig fin. Gos a liar no waidach, a food me unpopped, is nach me a visaste gaul on the chul. Ach nie food me an I fragede, head be an lashin. Ach me fens ma fasti vem we fwyn drocht. Ta me tirshach, his elskur ha fjanta, ha leibrag jar ha onjart on the chul. Is a wister joys, ta na no workhouse lawn, is ni glaki faraun ni stach ni smooth. Snach mor am clw, do vaile charna, san adstan lan una guller riller reed. Is gurri jesha brachte, drachnam nam atan morning star nor eidin she. Is tan banrintin, is eagle-eyed in a lee, is Jenna dochter go vai she boys. Is good of a viso der laid, a mare jen she'd lumsa, no are nach wele she post a Mr. Joyce. Molueni, Dumela, Sani Bonani. At this moment, I would like to invite a response, if someone would like to make a response in the form of the voice, in whatever way. So I'll wait if you'd like to make a response. Thanks very much. Owen O'Quinnigan is Sanam Dum. My name is Owen O'Quinnigan. I'm from Dublin in Ireland, and I'll be speaking today about the role of songing practices as epistemic decolonial practices within the 800-year resistance to English colonialism in Ireland. And I've just the song that I just sung there. I've offered a translation of it because I realise that the optics of a European man coming and singing in a language that people don't understand is. I compromised that translating it into English so that you could dwell on the experiences of the woman whose voice is captured in the song, who has been evicted from her home, and she is standing with her children, and she's asking for relief during what we call in Irish an Druch Hail, which is in English called the Great Famine of 1845 to 1852. And in this particular song, it comes to us from the town of Carna, which is in the west. It's a Gaelic-speaking area of Ireland, and a local man had assumed the responsibility for famine relief in the area, and he was in control, and he denied her relief, but he was accused of nepotism for only allowing relief to friends and people that he knew. So you can see there that the fighting over scant resources is something that highly affected communities that were that there was a dispossession and that the famine hit hard. And I'd just like to relate this song to a book by Angela Impey, who talks about the in Maputo land, the women that had also been dispossessed on the border between Mozambique, South Africa, and Swaziland, and the book reflects on the fact that their dispossession led them to question whether they wanted to sing anymore, which I relate to a book that's come out in the last couple of years by Trian Hiachan in Ireland, who looks at the Maid of Wini Lady, who was, as we talked about yesterday in terms of illiteracy, she was an illiterate Gaelic poet who had also been evicted, and the English bailiffs and the court system, they sent military officers who killed one of her children. So the song is also about responding to that, and Trian Hiachan calls her a pariah who sings ideas, and she roused people to rebellion in her area of southwest Ireland in Muskerry. So I'd just like to start on those relationalities. And then, before I forget, I'd like to thank Viol Weto and the organisers for inviting me here to speak and share some of my research. And also I'd like to thank Pila, Remo, Paseka, Melusi, and also I'd like to say that to Professor Sasanti and Noabisa, Erica Tebogo, and Roberto, that I've enjoyed our conversation so far, and I'm looking forward to further connecting the experience of colonised people around the world, and especially in Ireland, which people might not think. When I travelled to, when Lhasa Molloy took me to Atterichville in the township, we talked a lot about Ireland, but it seemed that there were some people there that knew about the Irish struggle, but other people that thought that Ireland was a happy partner in the British Empire, which if you teach people around the world that other places they've colonised rebelled against them over 800 years, with 24 different rebellions since 1534, it might inspire other people to think that they can do the same. So watering down people's education was part of a colonial technique that the English advanced in Ireland, as it was known as obviously England's first colony. But I'll go into the history in this lecture and in this talk. I hope that I'll stop around the halfway point, and then we can all chat together and relate our ideas. Just to go into what we call Androchael. So this was a time in Ireland when Ireland was under direct colonial rule. There was around 1.5 million deaths from starvation in Ireland, even though there was twice as much food in Ireland at the time. That food was being militarily transported out of Ireland to benefit the growing population in England, and it was rationalised under liberal economics, and that the Irish deserved their oppression because they did not work hard enough, and that they were lazy. Tropes that will begin to unpack. We also have the idea of revisionism in Irish historiography as well, which underplays and even calls it a famine, which in Irish an drochael means the bad life. So the British narrative is that this was caused by the potato, but this was just an incidental starting point. If there's enough food in a country, this doesn't mean that it's a famine. A famine is defined by a lack of food. And during this time, in 1845, Frederick Douglass, the man who freed himself from enslavement in the US settler colony, he visited Ireland in 1845, and he talked to a lot of audiences around Ireland about the support for abolition. And he met with Daniel O'Connell, known as the Liberator in Ireland, who campaigned for Catholic emancipation. And at the time, he wrote in his diaries that to him, the Irish and the enslaved people that he had seen around where he was raised and was enslaved, he said that the notes and the singing practices, they struck him as very reminiscent, and that he said in his diaries that it seemed like the Irish and the enslaved were trapped in the same whale. And as you can see in the top right, Frederick Douglass. This is a mural in West Belfast on the Falls Road, amongst other liberation figures there, including Steve Biko, which. And I'm cognizant as a person that is embodying a very, very pale figure here, that people would probably understand me as a white liberal in terms of Biko and what he said about that. But I don't, and that white liberals should always, when they speak within Azania, be under suspicion about what their agenda is. And I don't think I can ever, in Azania, escape the mold of the white liberal. And it's the suspension of relating to Irish oppressions, be it in the United States or here, sometimes is often an ignorance that's based on not wanting to connect because of how Irish oppressions are then weaponized to then silence discourses. But I'm glad to be invited here today so that we can try and relate the experience, and I can give a more decolonial account of Irish history. Here's some maps of Ireland so that you can just get it in the centre there. We have the decline that happened in the Irish language from 1800 until 2000. So the number of native speakers of Irish. This was, amongst other moments in Irish history, this was almost the final death nail into the native Irish-speaking population of Ireland, which around half perished and died in 1840, from 1845 to 1852. And then millions more emigrated where they took up, in some cases, advantageous positions due to their whiteness and their proximity to whiteness around the world. And on the left, you can see, just so we can get a picture of the political design of Ireland today, the north of Ireland is still under colonial occupation. It's ruled directly from Britain with a devolved parliament. And then you can see the province of Ulster, where they left 3 counties in the Free State when they partitioned it in 1922, and then they took 6 counties. So in the picture on the right, it would ensure that there would be a Protestant majority, and that a lot of the constituencies were then gerrymandered to ensure that Catholics in the north of Ireland would not have representation. Just last year's census was the first time in the 100 years creation of this colonial state that Catholics now outnumber Protestants. So the design of this racist sectarian state has now outlived its purpose, and now there's a lot of discussion in Ireland over the reunification of Ireland. I also would like to relate, in terms of when I was speaking about the Irish taking up these advantageous positions around British colonies, and where one example that I found quite striking was Leslie McCracken, who took up a position in the 1940s in Witwatersrand University. He didn't have a PhD, but he was welcome there. And then, but if you compare that to Archie Mafeje, who finished his PhD in Cambridge in the 1960s, but wasn't allowed to take up a position that he earned himself in UCT because the apartheid government restricted him. So even 20 years before that, white Irish people were welcomed into apartheid universities. And then the son of Leslie McCracken, he's the primary researcher of the Irish role within South African history, and he gives an excellent lecture on that, and he's written several publications which talk about the role of the Irish supporting the Boers and supporting and in the British Army, and furthermore that there had been Irish in the 18th century that came to South Africa and took up positions as governors. Even William Porter has a town named after him outside of Cape Town called Portersville. But on the other side of McCracken's lectures, he refers to the Irish that escaped Ireland as refugees in the 19th century as famine Irish. He also universalizes about Irishness to a large extent, and to a certain degree he's not able to connect the decolonial struggles, because he talks a lot about Irish in the 18th century who were from Presbyterian and Protestant families. They were the colonists of Ireland, so they had colonized Ireland, and they were coming along within as partners in British imperialism. So Irishness is also a racialized category as well. So I also read about the Neptune ship in 1849, which was docked outside of Cape Town, the Cape Colony, and it was docked there for 5 months, and it had a lot of Irish who were trying to escape the famine, but they were not allowed to dock And there was huge protests at the time in Cape Town where, and then when finally the ship after 5 months sailed on to Tasmania, there was huge jubilation amongst the English and the Dutch townsfolk. So you see that Irishness and is also has these moments of being on the border of whiteness and inside whiteness and the positioning. So, but I would like to just move on and just talk a little bit about the colonisation of Ireland. So, even several hundred years before Columbus sailed across the Atlantic, the English had invaded Ireland in 1171, and it was King Henry II who was declared Lord of Ireland by Pope Adrian IV, and then after that led to the construction of the Pale, a land around Dublin that outside of it was seen as the uncivil Irish, and inside you had the English settlement. And the expression in English "beyond the pale" comes from that difference that was made at that time. Giraldus Cambrensis was sent over to Ireland in 1188 to basically anthropologically study the Irish, and he referred to them as barbarous and as close to beasts. But the only thing he said is that they had music, and that was the only thing that they could do well. Apart from that, they were uncivil. And you see that this idea of the Irish has only been able to produce music and not being able to philosophize comes through into philosophy of the 20th century, and in Richard Carney's philosophy, where he tries to show that the Irish mind was a philosophical mind. He completely excludes the role of songing and oral epistemology from that. And then just to move on to another key moment within the history of racialization of the Irish, you have the Statutes of Kilkenny in 1366. So the English that came to Ireland that were given land under the Anglo-Norman conquest of Ireland, they were described as becoming more Irish than the Irish themselves. They started to speak Irish, integrate with the Irish. So the English wanted to hold on to to what they considered to be their possessions. So they instigated laws of segregation, which were placed on the English, that they were not allowed to have intermarriage with Irish, no fostering of Irish children, no adoption of Irish names, no speaking of Irish, dressing like an Irish person, or music. And this was all, and that they could only abide by English common law and not by the orally delineated, not all of it, but a huge chunk of the Brehon laws, which were the Gaelic laws of the time, were orally delineated. So this is a key moment also in the English attempts to, and from this point on, you have a racial difference between Irish and English that's enshrined in law. However, these laws were not very successful, and a lot of the English broke them and continued to not abide by the laws. Another key moment in the colonisation of Irish was the 1494 Statutes of Drogheda, and in these laws it said that an act that no parliament be holden in this land until the acts be certified into England. So this completely withdrew any sovereignty that Ireland had, and that any law that it wanted to pass, it must be first approved by England, which lasted up until the late 18th century, for only about 9 years before Ireland was then subsumed and bullied into being in the United Kingdom. What I find to be telling is that Columbus's 1492 invasion of Turtle Island and John Cabot's 1497 invasion of North America in Turtle Island is the statutes of Drogheda are sandwiched between these two moments. This period of history changed the vision of how England saw Ireland. Based on looking at how the Spanish had been able to mobilize and invade the Americas, England sought to make Ireland into its colony, and it sought to totalize about Ireland and completely pacify it at this point, which then sets up the 16th century history and the Tudor conquest. So when we think about the Protestant Reformation in Ireland, that had a serious hierarchization that was enabled, and that it legitimated the English conquest into Ireland. And Elizabeth I thought that a solution to the Irish rebelliousness, because everywhere around where the English invaded, there was always rebellions. To the extent that 1 year it could be under Irish control, 2 years later it could be under English control. So at this point in the 16th century, Queen Elizabeth I said that the only real way to subdue the Irish was to engage in the plantation system, so a settler colonial endeavour. And as part of this, in Gaelic society, the harpists were powerful political, and they had a diverse way of producing knowledge. They were at the same time poets, musicians, but also political leaders. They were very powerful, and they could raise someone up, or they could completely tarnish someone in their performances. So you don't have that same distinction as you do later on in the 16th century, when Queen Elizabeth established Trinity College, that was only for Protestants and had its very firm designations between the disciplines. The Queen Elizabeth saw it fit that she said that they should hang Irish harpers wherever found and destroy their instruments, because they knew how powerful the harpists were in the Gaelic society, and that a way to crush, further by planting the land, a further way to crush Irish rebelliousness was to take away its disobedient character within its music. Later in 1607, in the plantation, I just also want to say that this Edmund Spencer was also, he was a person that occupied planted land in the south of Ireland, and he wrote a book about a view of the present state of Ireland, in which he said that the Irish were barbaric and uncivil, and they needed to be anglicised. They needed to be introduced to the superior English culture so that they could conform and take them away from their wildness. So this a view of the present state of Ireland is seen as Spencer setting the narrative that goes on after Cambrensis. But it's never really related to which I find in decoloniality, relating it to Sepúlveda and Las Casas. Though I think you can see that the Spanish and the English were communicating. They intermarried with each other. The crowns intermarried with each other. So they were sharing techniques. They would have been speaking at the same dinner tables where they were. And then the development of scorched earth policy was an English invention in Ireland, which is to starve out a town and by surrounding it, a genocidal practice that's continued today. So sorry, I skipped a few moments there. But in the 1607 plantation of Ulster, this is in the north, the harpists started to they were dispossessed, but in order to subdue the Irish and to subdue their role, they started to give them patron, but instead of being central within the epistemic world, within the spreading knowledge, these harpists and musicians were placed in the corner of the room, and they lost their importance within the Anglo-centric system. Granuaile, who by name is an ancestor of mine in the 16th century, she sailed to Queen Elizabeth she negotiated with Queen Elizabeth to protect her people in the West. So she's seen as a rebellious figure, and there was a song that was written about her by Padraig MacPherson, who was the leader of the 1916 rebellion in Dublin, and he drew upon her courageousness to inspire Ireland within the early 20th century to revolt against the English. So it doesn't get any better for the Irish as we go into the 17th century. The Gaelic poet Sean O'Connell described the Cromwellian genocides as the war that finished Éire. So we call Ireland in Irish Éire, which is not Ireland. Ireland is an Anglo-centric production with the Anglo-Saxon compound of land. So what we call Ireland is Éire, which is the embodiment of a woman. Éire is a woman, and she has two sisters, Fola and Banva. So this Sean O'Connell says that this was the destruction of the Gaelic spirit, which happened by Cromwell, who went from town to town, any town that resisted the English conquest and tried to side with the Catholic, the plan for Catholic monarchy, was surrounded and defeated. And in Drogheda, they committed genocide and shot every 10th man in the city. Also killed women and children, and sent the rest to Barbados. So we see then the English colonization of what we understand as the Caribbean and Turtle Island was something that was going on at the exact same time by the exact same people that were colonizing Ireland. And a plan then after Ireland had been completely subdued by Cromwell in 1652, they started off the Act of Settlement, which said that they were going to move all the Gaelic-speaking people, anyone that did not conform to Protestantism and did not conform to the English crown, were going to be moved all to a very 3 or 4 counties in the west of Ireland into an area there called Connacht. And this settlement scheme, he said, you can go to hell or to Connacht. So this was an idea of you must convert or die. So this convert or die logic had been founded in the conquests, in multiple conquests before and during Ireland. They were all sharing these colonial techniques. A lot of the peace negotiations between the Irish Confederate and Cromwell happened in Holland. Holland has had quite a strong role in the history of Ireland. After 1652, Van Riebeeck sailed and invaded these lands. That was exactly after Ireland had been completely subdued by Cromwell. So these linkages, I think, are quite striking. But it doesn't get any more. There's more linkages between the Dutch colonial conquest and the English. In this, I spotted I heard about this mural of Van Riebeeck in Johannesburg, but this practice of murals is also quite shared among the loyalist settler population in the north of Ireland as well. But yeah, we were just talking about to Vuyo there about whether Van Riebeeck really looked like this, So but you can see Cromwell doesn't look. He's not that. he doesn't have the same, he hasn't been airbrushed in the same way as Van Riebeeck has. But you see that this continuation of Dutch support and Dutch alliances with the English crown. In 1690, King William III sent his entire armies to the north of Ireland, to the Battle of the Boyne, where a showdown was going on between the Catholic forces and the Irish who had just revolted in that area. And then this showdown happened, and with the support of the Dutch armies, the Irish were defeated at the Battle of the Boyne. And King Billy, as he's referred to in the north, apparently he didn't actually ride into battle on his horse. He fell off it before he went in. But he's depicted as a hero crossing the Battle of the Boyne on the murals in the north of Ireland. The state in the north of Ireland is called was called the Orange State, and I'm told that there's also the Orange Free State here. So you see that this fervent Protestant crusade is shared in the north of Ireland amongst other colonial projects. The Orange Order was then set up 100 years later in 1795, which was a white male Protestant supremacist group formed in reaction to movements for religious equality in Ireland. They opposed the liberation of Catholics. And as you can see, this flag, the flag that they used, is eerily similar to the Transvaal flag. And there were paramilitary organisations that were raided in the north of Ireland, and it showed that they had the Israeli flag, the Confederate flag, but they also had the Transvaal flag at where they were meeting. These are British-backed paramilitary groups that are still in existence in the north of Ireland and are still armed. I must say that they celebrate this victory on the 12th of July every year. And they engage in the practice of, on the 11th night, building pallets that range up to 60 feet high. And then they burn these on the 11th night. These towers are often plastered with hate speech all over it. Depictions of Irish politicians, anti-black racism, several anti-black racist on an Irish tricolour, Islamophobic racism, and then anti-woman racism as well, where Irish politicians are referred to as promiscuous and using derogatory language to refer to Irish women politicians. And then they're set ablaze. And the representation here is that the victory of the Battle of the Boyne and the establishment, the victory going back to the Battle of Boyne, the Irish bodies that were massacred were supposed to have been then burned. So this reproduction of the burning is a homage to that. But the only thing that makes this question that we are always asking ourselves is, would it be possible that this could be funded by a state as culture in South Africa? Or would it be possible in the United States for this to be funded by the Department of Culture, the US Department of Culture? Well, the British Department of Culture funds this in the thousands every year. So you see that the huge power and this minority community have over state policy in the UK, as they say it is. In 1913, when the prospect of Home Rule for Ireland, 150,000 Orangemen threatened a massacre in Ireland if Home Rule would be, and they armed themselves, and they threatened a massacre in Ireland if Ireland would be granted Home Rule. So, do you think I should talk some more, or do you yeah? It's up to you. Yeah. Okay, well, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this, the 50th year anniversary of Bloody Sunday, which happened in 1972 when the British Army killed 14 demonstrators that were marching for civil rights. There was a 50th, I was invited to be part of a panel to talk about specifically epistemic injustice in the north of Ireland, because when partition happened in the north of Ireland, Catholics were not able to, there was a continuation of discriminatory practices. Queen's University was the only university that was in the state, which was hostile to Catholics. So Catholics usually went down south to go to university. So this was this 50th year anniversary of the death of Bloody Sunday was titled "There is no British Justice," because amnesties were given to practically all of the British soldiers that committed these atrocities, and no one has served any time behind jail, or paid any type of real justice to the victims. But this goes beyond the physical killing. This goes into the epistemic. The panel talked about whether it was possible to build a decolonized university in Derry, which is a city that's been completely marginalized and excluded in the society of the north. They don't even have a motorway that connects Derry to the main city, Belfast, even though it's the second biggest city. The motorways are built and connected to Protestant areas that are quite small, so that the infrastructural continuations of these types of inequalities persist. The 1980s saw the political status of people who are trying to end this occupation being stripped away. Everybody is, a lot of people are familiar with Bobby Sands, who was he was a hunger striker, and he was while he was in prison he was elected an MP, but he was still not recognised by Margaret Thatcher as a political prisoner. So he died and became a martyr for Irish freedom, of which there are many songs about him, and he has written many songs in his diaries. But what is also often left out is that women in the prisons in the north also participated in this strike, and they used their menstrual blood along as solidarity with the male prisoners who used their excrement. They plastered their cells with excrement every day, and this became known as the no wash or the blanket protest. They refused to wear clothes and would only drape themselves in the blankets of their cells. This the brutalization that happened to the men in the Maze prison is part of an architecture of intimidation against people in the north of Ireland. So, if we're thinking about who are the decolonial rebels that we can connect our struggle in Ireland with, Bernadette Devlin is certainly one of these rebels. In her book, The Price of My Soul, she talks about her history as a civil rights defender in Derry and community organiser. But I find that this also speaks to the Irish American. She was offered the key to New York City for her role, but as you can see, she said, "Those who were supposed to be my people, the Irish Americans, who knew about English misrule and the famine and supported the civil rights movement at home, and knew that partition and England were the cause of the problem, they said exactly the same thing about blacks that the loyalists said about us at home. My people, the people who knew about oppression, discrimination, prejudice, poverty, and the frustration and despair that they produce, were not Irish Americans, They were black, Puerto Ricans, and Chicanos. In New York, I was given the key to the city by the mayor, an honor not to be sneezed at. I gave it to the Black Panthers. So if we want to relate and build a decolonized university in Ireland, in Derry or wherever it is, we should draw on the principles and the values of people that have resisted British colonialism in Ireland, such as Bernadette Devlin. Around the time of 1971, the British introduced Operation Demetrius, which was an operation that set out to randomly and strategically arrest people that they thought might be terrorists without trial in a practice of internment. A song came out at the time from a man who, McGilligan, he was actually taken out and put on a prison ship and interned without trial. And he wrote a song called The Men Behind the Wire. This song is part of the culture of dissent and the resistance that Irish people continue to embody through their musical practices. This is not in the Irish language, but there is fragmented resistance that also continues within the English language. This song was banned on all radio and all television owned by the national broadcaster, not in Britain, but in the Irish Free State, because the Irish Free State did not want, and also Irish Free State universities, they completely marginalised any discussion about what was going on in the north of Ireland, because they didn't want the risen people, the idea that I didn't actually go so much into 1916 because I think that would take quite a while. But in 1916, the vision to create an anti-imperialist Ireland was completely defeated by the partitioning of Ireland. So that what Fanon wrote about later on already unfolded in Ireland. The Catholic middle-class bourgeoisie assumed control of the Free State, and it became an anti-woman, anti-children state, which was morally informed by the ideology of Catholicism, and it's a radical fundamentalist Catholicism. Recently, the Irish national soccer team, the Irish national soccer team, they qualified for the World Cup, and they sang a song that was written by the Wolfe Tones called Celtic Symphony, and they were forced to go on the British sports channel Sky Sports, and the commentator asked them, do you want to apologise for singing this song about that references the IRA? And then Chloe Mustaki, one of the defenders of the team, said, yeah, we would like to profusely apologise for this. It was wrong. The white English presenter then asked her again, but are you feeling embarrassed? Are you really embarrassed by this? And she said, yes, we're all really embarrassed by the song. We really would like to apologise for it. But then Rob Watton, the English presenter, asks, do you think that this singing of this song might actually be a cause for re-education? You know, that the Irish national team need to be re-educated on and do cultural training about what's offensive and what's not offensive. But Mustaki replied that, no, I don't think we need re-education. I think we all grew up quite aware of Irish history. But this idea that a member of the royal family can go on national television in the United States and say, I've killed 25 Afghans. Yeah. That a person can go on the United States a blood relative of someone who has millions of people's blood on their hands and say, I've killed 25 Afghans, trying to compete with his brother, how many have you killed? But an Irish soccer team that's just qualified for the World Cup, the first time the women have qualified for the World Cup, they can't even sing a song which only references the IRA. There's not in the content of the song. There's nothing else that's that offensive about it. But the IRA is an instrumental They armed themselves because the British had come into Derry and Belfast in the 1970s. These are seen by the Irish Free State as the bad IRA, but the good IRA are the ones that rebelled in 1916, and they're eulogised. They have train stations named after them, streets, statues. But the people that rose up to try and defend the British Army in the north, they're vilified in the Free State media. So you have this Shonin class, this bourgeoisie class that are continuing to regulate the norms of civility, the norms of English civility. Because in the backlash against the Irish women was even harder in the Irish media, where the former men's coach came out and said that this type of stuff belongs in the past. But yet the north of Ireland is still under colonial occupation. So I don't think I've talked a lot about that, but I think that if there's any book that you want to consult for reading about these histories, a new book that has come out just last year, McVeigh and Ralston, 2021, is a very, very helpful book for understanding the continuations of colonialism in both states of the island. But they specifically use the concept of white dominion, because after partition, Ireland became known. Ireland's independence is actually an article in British law, which it remains today an article in British law, and in that law it says that Ireland is now. But obviously that changed in 1937 when we became a republic. But at the time, Ireland was referred to as a white dominion, on the same level as Australia. So Robbie McVeigh and Bill Ralston, they used this concept to show how the Free State, or what we refer to as the Republic of Ireland, then entered into the imperialist game. And Professor Sasanti talked about Patrice Lumumba. The siege of Jadotville was Irish peacekeeping forces went into Jadotville to support the UN effort. So Ireland then, after this point, the partition state, which is supposed to be free, then entered into the imperial game. And then the Free State started to reassign those anti-Irish racisms, try to stabilise Irish whiteness, and then use the nomadic travelling people who are an indigenous people of Ireland alongside the Gaelic people and interlinked with the Gaelic people. The Free State started to unleash its racism and its othering, because it said, now we're independent, now we have to find someone else to transfer all that shame and all that racism onto. And the traveller community took the brunt of that, and their civil rights were eroded throughout the whole century. Anti-black racism in the form of the Catholic Church, its Black Babies campaign that tried to represent blackness as something that needed to be saved, and that appealed to the white benevolence of Irishness. And of course, as I've already said there, anti-woman, because it constructed these laundries called the Magdalen laundries, where women who had children out of wedlock were basically incarcerated and subject to abuse, and the children of those marriages were sometimes thrown into pits and buried in septic tanks, and sold abroad. So the Irish state, then the Free State, transformed into a racist state that took the very mantle of British racism and transferred it onto wherever they could in the Irish state. And another person worth reading is Fergal McUnrichty. He has been probably the person that has been. He wrote this book, Language, Resistance and Revival, in 2013, and this book is about the prisoners in the Maze prison and in the H blocks, and how they refuse to speak English in front of the prison wardens, and how they used the Irish language and created their own dialect of Irish to resist against English, the forms of brutalization and control that were in the prison. He also wrote in Fanon Today, basically a much better elaboration of what I've just given there on the northern state and the Free State, and he relates that all back to Fanon. But he's the son of two people. His mother and father were both interned, and they both set up the first Irish language secondary school in the north of Ireland, because they were not given any support by the British state. In fact, the British state tried to dismantle and put up obstacles to any building of Irish education, which goes. I haven't gone into detail historically about that, but in 1831, all Irish education was transformed into English, but not. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o also writes about this and has been invited to Ireland to speak on these issues. He's a very revered character within anti-colonial thought in Ireland, and he talks about this as well, about the English, how they used the disciplinization and the ruling of Irish language, and how they started to use that in Africa, particularly in Kenya. So Fergal McUnrichty also says that Fanon, Cabral, Nkrumah, all these texts were being circulated around the prisons. So Irish anti-colonial movements have always been have been since the 1960s and 70s attached and firmly aware of the anti-imperialist struggles going on in Africa. Festus Ikeantuye, he's a Nigerian scholar that has written on this idea of Irish exceptionalism, and that because the Irish have suffered so much, obviously 800 years, genocides, famines and all this, that therefore they can't be capable of racism just because. So this Irish exceptionalist thing is something that runs through the construction of the Irish state. And then Emma Dabiri and her book Don't Touch My Hair goes into a lot of the detail of how the Irish actually enact everyday racism again, how white Irish people enact everyday racism in the form of, it's just a joke and we're just having a laugh, we're just having the crack, different things like that. And I think these two articles will be worth, or this book and this article will be worth reading if you wanted to delve into the black experience in Ireland, in the Free State. I would also recommend a representative from the travelling community, Cindy Joyce, who's the first traveller to get a PhD in Ireland. And also I would recommend Nan Joyce, who was a campaigner for traveller rights. Her reflections in her autobiography about how the latent Irish Free State then went on to vilify and deny rights to the travelling community. Even though pre-independence, the Gaelic and the travelling community had a lot of links together. And in the oral epistemology in Gaelic, you can see that. That's evident. It's supported by Micheál O'Hay in his research. In the north of Ireland, from January 1st, 2023, literally just a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the Irish language is now an official language of the north of Ireland. So the English language was introduced there in 1607. The Irish language has been spoken there for, you can argue, 2,500 years. But in 2023, it's now an official language of the north of Ireland. People had been campaigning on that issue for decades and decades. And we called it Andram Diarig, which is the red movement. They didn't want to use orange or green. They didn't want to associate it along the sectarian lines. So the movement chose red because the expression in Irish, Jarig le farig, means I'm red with anger. So that would embody the anger that is the denial of rights. And Martin Luther King was drawn upon in this movement by the official movement and their representative. And as he said, a right delayed is a right denied. So the people definitely they used again, as they did in the 1970s, they drew upon the civil rights and 60s. They drew upon the civil rights movement in the US. But it remains to be seen whether any of the actual Irish, there will be translations. It remains to be seen how this is actually going to work, because unionist, the now minority unionist community of the north of Ireland, they have obstructed this for so many years. Yeah, the last thing that I just wanted to finish on is that I just wanted to reflect on an experience that I had during the when in the COVID, the pandemic, when we were all had to do online conferences. I got together a panel of people that were interested in decoloniality and Gaelic epistemology. Shannon McKay, who's a storyteller, and also a researcher, community worker in a small island called Tory Island. Anna Ní Chórbín, who's a native speaker of Irish and a teacher, and Ben O'Callaghan, who's not there, but he was supposed to be our chair, and he's a political activist for Mishnach, which is a socialist party that advocates a revival of Irish language. And then Ola Majeka Dunmi, who was born in Nigeria and then moved to Ireland with her parents and is a fluent Irish speaker. As she says herself, she's a fluent Irish speaker that just happens to be black, in her own words. She's probably she's much better at Irish than I am, actually. So you can see that she gave a paper relating Fanon, black skin, white masks, to her experience of navigating through Irish language and the racial boundaries and confrontations that she's met through that. But the thing is that this was organised at the University of Twickenham, and so we all went in there to the Zoom. We all waving at each other through the screens, and then in rocks a white English chair. And I was thinking to myself, we've already hired our chair. We got our chair, Ben O'Callaghan. And the guy comes in and then he says, "I'm going to be chairing this meeting." And I was like, we couldn't look at each other because we were all behind our screens. We couldn't actually disagree, but we couldn't actually disagree with him because he was in control of all the turning on of mics and all that kind of stuff. And then he gave our chair a 10-minute slot. And then at the start, where he was supposed to be the actual chair, and then he said, I'm not even going to try to pronounce all of your names. But then he said, but I do speak Spanish, so I can say your name, Ola. So her name's not even pronounced Ola, it's pronounced Ola. So we didn't get off to a good start. So we then gave all of our papers. All of our papers combined was probably an hour and a half of talking, and then after that he asks a question to Anna Ní Corbyn, who's a native speaker of Irish, who's from the west of Ireland, and then he says, so if no one else has got a question, I've got a question. How did Irish survive? So he asked that to Anna Ní Corbyn, and I was just there like, Anna will answer this, you know, she's got this. But then Anna just kind of stood there with like a rabbit in the headlights, and then I just couldn't. I became that aggressive, irrational drunk, and then and I started to just say that's a bad faith question. You can't. We've just spent an hour and a half talking about loads of different dimensions of how Irish were resisting with Irish, and I just said it's a bad faith question. And then he spent the next 10 minutes apologising for it. We never really got to discuss anything, and I felt terrible after it, to be honest. Like I felt like I wrecked that I brought it down. You know, that because of my my aggressive behaviour, but. The only thing was that we did become divided as a group, because Shannon and Ben, they almost spasmodically went to the side of the Englishman and then said, oh no, I don't think it was a bad question, I think it was fair enough, you know. And then Ola said, no, I agree with Owen, you know, it's a bad faith, you can't ask that. And then about 10 minutes later, the screen shut down and it was all over, and now I just turned back to my bed, lay down, and I just thought, what was that? You know, we never got the chance to talk about it. After that, the relationship became a bit soured. Messages were sent in the WhatsApp group, but some messages were seen and not answered. So this experience, I think, just shows that, like, because we were doing it at Twickenham, we weren't doing it on our own terms. We weren't doing it in Irish. We had organised our own chair, but that was just walked and trampled all over, just like the tramplings over other parts. So there's other people now talking about decoloniality in Ireland, and I hope that we can make some links and connect and make some panels together, and then make spaces like this, you know, where people can get together and talk about this without being ruled by basically the colonizer, you know. And that conference was called Decolonized Futures with a question mark, you know, as if that's a debatable issue so I mean, then we all got certificates to say that we had been fully decolonized then. Stamped with Twickenham University on it, but I'll leave it there for the discussion anyway, and thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Owen. I am going to hand over to I just need to sort out the mic situation. Let's just wait for the mic because of our Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over for questions.
Thank you so much, Owen. I think it's a little bit too loud. Maybe you should take it a little bit down.
Yeah, it's echoing.
Because some of us, we don't even need a mic. Hello?
You took that one, but he's going to take this one.
Okay.
I didn't tell Chinese.
Hello? Is it better? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Owen, for bringing back the memory of the craziness of whiteness to our mind. You know, I always just ask, like you were just saying, that when we look at you, when we look at you, we see a white person. And when now you're talking about the history of Ireland, it's like, it's just a crazy thing when you think of what whiteness is. And it's like, it continues the question like, but who's really white? Who is the white person? Because a lot of people all over the world in different ways, they will tell almost the similar story with different colors of the experience of colonization and whiteness and oppression. When you go and you meet the Sami people, the indigenous people of Norway, white as they come, like lily, and you hear someone says, and the white man came and oppressed us, like, but who is this white person really? It's like it's confusing you all the time, even to make sense of even what whiteness is as a construct of craziness. So yeah, it's just all those reminders when you go through this, that how much we can find ourselves even not being able to go ahead with anything just because we are fighting something that is like it doesn't even exist or someone can even touch. And we're just looking at the time that Ireland was colonized, and around the 1400s, and how Africa was colonized around the 15. It's like, it reminded me of the saying, they did to us what they did to their own. You know, it's like when they come here, they will just continue with the concerted model that was like refined, and then it just take off again the same way, creating craziness. And even when you mentioned the issue of music, it's interesting because it was the same thing right now. Even when yesterday we were talking about music, that they were told like there's no philosophy to the Irish, just all that they know is music. But that's if it's not enough for you to re-traumatize us. Jan van Riebeck, with dromedaries and hula hoop, those ships, you know, it's just crazy. And the same thing continue, and we see it here. I was going to ask you about the travelers, but you mentioned it on also where they found themselves right now in the history of Ireland. And when you keep on saying Free State, it's like, but why you talk about Free State? Because Free State is in South Africa. I'm like, oh, okay. The craziness again continues of how they put everything up. But I just want to just say that these are some of maybe the spaces that they're important to have this kind of discussions so that we can be able to see the similarities of the craziness of oppression and what it makes us as humans, as people, to become, and how it becomes so difficult even sometimes to not know where to start. And I think this is where it is important to create also all other spaces out of the university space in the community levels for discussions to continue to take place so that people can understand, because what you are talking about here is not also the majority of people out there that they even understand. Because right now when you talk even about the language, that it's not even long. Ireland, they have their language as an official language. And here in South Africa, we are battling even for people to accept our languages as official, where we're still going back and forth and debate about making sure that our children don't speak their languages. And we fight each other, like that spirit of whiteness that I ask who's white, like really running rampage in us. And I think this is where we realize that a serious cleansing of that spirit that lives in us, it really needs to take place. So thank you so much.
Where's the chair? Where's the chair? Chair, colonialism and colonization comes in many forms. It manifests itself in many forms. One of those is monopolization of space. As I was sitting here, I thought that I've been speaking many times. So through you, I'd like to find out if there's anyone else who would like to speak, so that I can withdraw. So that I'll only speak if there's no one else, because I've had that opportunity. Through you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. No, thank you, Owen, for that amazing talk. It's always been one of my loves, learning about Ireland and its history. And I'm always looking for my thing. It's looking at TV, and I'm making a reference of Dairy Girls and even Father Ted, and even what made Dairy Girls so important was just to speak about lived experiences, the narrative. And for me, it's like it's part of that history, creating that history to show that, listen, this changes that how we see it now didn't just happen. People had to make it happen. There was levels of agency. And so for me, it's like when I see Dairy Girls, I'm also like, oh my God, that was at my time as well. I was alive there. I was listening to the same music, and to see how they went through their transition and relating it to mine. So yeah, no, thank you for that. One thing I'm really interested in, because I'm thinking of St. Patrick and how, with religion and Catholicism, and how it was also used as a tool for colonizing, and the image for me that comes of the idea of the famous myth story of St. Patrick coming in and removing all the snakes. That is a very powerful image, because when you look at the snake, world over, the snake has very big spiritual relevance to a lot of nations, a lot of peoples. And so to have that story stick and be our understanding, and then ironically enough, then you have the US, who then celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And even the American Irish, they themselves holding very strongly to this idea of St. Patrick's Day. And what does that mean? What are we holding on to? And one thing I never really hear about, and you mentioned Gaelic epistemologies, which, yeah, thank you very much, because I'm going to look into that. And then within those epistemologies, could you maybe speak about the spiritualism? Yes, the need to bring back the language, but then also I wanted to know what has been the lost beliefs, because with the exercising of the snakes meant an exercising of, in inverted commas, pagan beliefs, pagan being anything that is non-Christian. And can you speak to that spiritualism that has been, and what has been done to bring it back? Because I'm also thinking in South Africa, as was mentioned yesterday, how a lot of people are being initiated, and that initiation speaks to the bringing back, almost like the calling back and bringing back of these spiritual beliefs that were once demonized. And so in people being initiated, it's a reclaiming of our history, a reclaiming of a narrative that is still being, to this day, as much as we speak highly of Sangomas and that's belief, there's still children today who are being bullied for having those beliefs, and we still have to fight for our African spiritualism. We haven't won yet, and I'm wondering what is the spiritualism? What gains have been made? How are you bringing it back? Because as much as religion, Catholicism or Catholicism, Protestantism were the two sectarians, the two divides. But in that loss of that divide, and also fighting for Catholicism in the free land, there's been a big loss with the indigenous spiritual beliefs, and has there been a move to bring those back? Thank you very much.
Owen, I think I'll give you a chance, and then any more hands? Okay.
Is there more hands, or?
No. You can go ahead and go and do another round before we go to Lawrence.
Well, I think I'd start off that when Pope Adrian IV gave Ireland to King Henry II, Pope Adrian IV was the only ever English Pope. There's never ever been another English Pope. He had interests in England to make sure that Ireland, because Ireland was going rogue at that time, because we had a ascetic Christianity, so we didn't have a hierarchical God. There was no diocese, no bishops. People were basically, if you wanted to get closer to God, you just go into nature, and then you enact hermitage, and spiritualities lay in the water, in the stone, wind, and the soil. And Ireland was moving away from, totally diverging from Roman Catholicism. So the entry of British colonialism then came also with the entry of dioceses, bishops. Everything was split, organised territorially, and God then became something that was stratified. Some people were further away from God, some people were closer to God. That was the logic, which was ultimately successful. In St. Patrick, he came to bring Christianity to Ireland in the 6th century. But I think that the getting rid of the snakes was about destroying paganism, because, as he would say it. But the Celtic people, who are proto-Gaelic people, if you want to, I don't know about these boundaries but they believed in multiple divinities, and the sun. They worshipped the sun. I don't know if anybody's heard of Newgrange, but it's an old Celtic. They say that it's older than the pyramids, and it's basically the light shines in on the summer solstice, and it enlightens the whole cavern. So the Celts definitely they were attuned to nature, and that constantly goes through Irish Gaelic. But the thing that makes Catholicism so different in Ireland was firstly that, but then after that was the fact that it became a religion of dominated, downtrodden people that weren't allowed to. I didn't even go into the penalising laws that restricted Catholics from 1690, arguably up until the 1st of January this year. The penalising laws, which restricted Catholics from civil society, basically education, owning property, owning a firearm, all that kind of stuff. So the type of Catholicism that developed in Ireland, that it continued to have these latent spiritualities that weren't within the dominant practice in Europe. But then in the mid-19th century, they call it a liturgical turn. What happened in Irish Catholicism is they tried to destroy all the superstitious, what they called superstition, because the Irish believed in so many superstition, and they amalgamated their different divinities of nature with Like, I could go in and talk, but maybe we can talk about it after it or another day. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just firstly want to say I don't have any new point to add to your presentation, Owen. I just want to say really that we thank you for traveling all the way for the second time coming to this decolonial summer school to come and engage with us and sort of present the knowledge from different areas of the earth. Having said that, maybe also I just want to thank you for really let us into, again, revisit this notion of humanity and what it means to be human and sort of resisting. I want to thank you for resisting the normativity of what it means then to be human. You refused to be co-opted into what Western education has taught us, what is normal and what is the standard of being human, especially when we touch to critical race theories. I mean, we attempted to look at Owen as a white man, right? But having listened to him today really showed us that he is responding and he is resisting. He's using decoloniality to resist what one can call white normativity as a standard and as a normal way of being human. So for us, really, we need to contemplate and use philosophy to keep on questioning ourselves, not Owen only, ourselves, our considerations into these binaries in terms of race, culture, gender. You know, patriarchy also does the same kind of normativity, where it creates standards and norms of what it means to be a man. Then, if you don't sort of subscribe to those, then your humanity is questioned. You know, so for me, what I take home from your presentation here is that maybe let's continue resisting normativities that are already presented there, and try and bring about what Fanon calls bringing about a new man. Thank you.
I'm actually going to be very brief because the previous speaker very eloquently said exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you for bringing us back, and we were all very, I was listening to something as if it was 10 minutes. And the parallels and the trajectories from our history was very evident in many of the forms of oppression that you were talking about. And I think it's important for us to know that there are many different communities that we need to engage with to deconstruct coloniality. Otherwise, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it as a small country that is still very much influenced by the West and the colonizers in terms of our resources, in terms of everything that we own. I really love the fact that you highlighted the role of women in the struggle. In your history and in ours, and I really appreciated that. And the fact that the Irish language is still very much alive is very evident of the resistance that was there constantly for many years. There was no language death or language shift. There was probably some language shift and so forth, but that fact that it was alive and still being used is also a form of resistance that can be really appreciated, and we should learn from that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Pila or Pasega, Umunayara Bafunitatu. Yeah. Okay, first, I would just like to say Prof Nkosi is going to be joining us at 2. So right after lunch, can we do Nana a favor before she kills me and go downstairs and take a picture for the marketing people's things? I don't know what they do with our faces, but she knows what she'll do with them. So we'll go downstairs when Prof Nkosi arrives so that we can all be in the picture with her. That's one thing. And then the other one is that I have so many thoughts and they are so disorganized. I literally could just be giving a whole other 15-minute speech. Thank you, Owen. Truly one of the most brilliant humans I have ever met, and I'm not biased because he's my chomi. He really is brilliant. So my interactions with Owen, and coming from a South African who is, we are, when it comes to race, Tina, we are proper black and white. The damage has been so deep. It is so deep that we don't color outside the line. So having met Owen and getting to know him and you know, I get the sense that whiteness itself is also chasing whiteness. It has created this thing that it doesn't know what it is, and it's just chasing it. And of course, the chasing of that means the oppression of anyone else who may not necessarily look like that. I'm struck by whiteness as an ideology. So I watch a lot of these. I love those, you know, those medieval shows, more Troy, Vikings, because I'm also trying to understand whiteness. What the hell is this? And let me tell you, I am always clutching at my pearls when somebody will say, we need to destroy them and their race, and they literally look like one another. I'm like, a whole race? You, like, what do you mean? Because I'm trying to understand what this thing is that we are dealing with, because clearly it's historic. And what is it, right? If they claim that those shows are indeed their history. Okay, with that said, I want to share maybe a story in the South African context, linking it with what Prof. Hernandez said earlier, as well as what Owen has been talking about. Prof. Hernandez said, you know, the similarities in the oppression itself. Owen has also emphasized that by saying they literally intermarried, so they would share strategies and sit around the table and talk about how they would colonize all of us, the Spanish as well as the English. But I also think that the resistance was also quite similar. Owen has highlighted that in the songing and how we have also used music in our own resistance. There's a story of a situation in Joburg in the 80s where a boy gets knocked down by a car, and somebody calls the hospital and says a boy has been knocked down by a car. So the police arrive first in the street, and they find this boy on the floor with the parents frantic around this child. It's a white boy. The ambulance arrived, and when the ambulance arrives, it has black medics in it, right? So the black medics are trying to go and save the boy. They're like, no, you know the rules. You're black medics, you don't touch a white boy. This is an ambulance that is supposed to serve black people, so you don't touch this boy. The medics are saying, what the hell, this child is going to die. They're like, we don't care, you know the rules. So they stand aside while the white medics are now given a call to come down. Unfortunately, the boy does indeed die. And the moral of the story here is that when they called and they said a boy has been knocked down by a car, the idea was that a black man had been knocked down by a car. Because, of course, boy meant my grandfather, your father, right? So literally, somebody had to die to preserve this whiteness that they seem to be chasing constantly. And then the idea of songing as well, and what this has meant for us as a humanity, to preserve our humanity, songing, singing, and the whole musicology of our being, right? Somebody found a letter that I'm going to say so-called colored. I don't like to get too much into colored identity because I think it's a very personal thing. A so-called colored person found a letter in the grandfather's possessions who had passed away. The grandfather had invited his white friends or colleagues to attend a party at his house, and so he had to apply for permission to the government that the white people would be coming to this colored community. So the letter is then the government giving the permission to this gentleman to say, yeah, sure, they can come and attend. But it says,
the white participants or the white invitees are to not dance or sing at all in this party of yours. So it's insane, really, this whiteness that they seem to be chasing, because I don't think they also themselves really understand it. And so we are all sitting here literally in a daze, because if you don't know it, then how are we supposed to know what it is, this thing that you want so much? So I am quite intrigued by that. Lastly, Prof was speaking about, Prof Hernandez was speaking about the idea of the indigenous and de-indigenized. And that made so much sense to me. Of course, he was speaking in the Chicano experience, but I related it because I like to do that with our own experiences as South Africans, where this is actually happening as we are speaking. It's crazy. It's happening as we're speaking. Where Undumiso Dada speaks about this as well. If you look at the apartheid pictures, where it would say, don't go into the location, beware of the natives. Ndumiso speaks of the fact that there was a point at which it was understood that the natives are the indigenous of the land, so you must beware of them. Swat Khavar, is it Khafar, whatever. And then suddenly, now that there's questions of justice and land and so on and so forth, know that the natives who were indigenous then are all of a sudden not indigenous anymore, so they are being de-indigenized, right? Now the indigenous becomes a very tiny community that we can no longer locate, we don't know where it is, we don't know what happened, because if there's any form of justice that has to be given, it has to be reserved to these 15 people. The rest of them are not native, they have traveled from somewhere, so they do not deserve any justice. So the indigenous are currently being de-indigenized in South Africa. So yeah, I think I'm just going to say yes, brilliant, happy, thank you for the links, thank you for teaching us to look outside of ourselves, look beyond just our noses. Because to me, Prof looks white, and Prof Maldonado Torres said the exact same thing. He said when he arrives in South Africa, he gets co-opted into whiteness, where in the guest house, the owners would literally co-opt him into racism when he arrives and start talking about, oh, but be careful, these ones are murderers, these ones will cannibalize you and whatnot. Because for us, honestly, you know, it's easy to co-opt you into whiteness. It's easy to co-opt you into whiteness. But the links are immense and are deep, and I hope that we continue to grow them. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
I am suffocating.
Thank you for that. And yeah, no, just so many thoughts, right? One of them being, as I was hearing you, I was reminded of a good friend of mine who's native back home, and one night we were having like a poker night, and I made the mistake of showing up with some beer. I should say a roommate was Irish, right? I show up with some beer. In the U.S. we have a beer called Mickey's. And so the Irish roommate starts trying to tell me about the problems of that name, right, and how it was used historically against Irish. And I'm listening, but my native brother, he says, yo, that sounds like white people's problems. And I already got way too much shit on my plate to worry about it. But I say that, half jokingly, because it's precisely that type of attitude that we need to resist also, right? In terms of challenging already the assumed norms of even as I was trying to refer to, the continental identity. So who is white, who is indigenous, who is black, right? And to properly historicize those terms in terms of how they came to be specifically used post-1492 in a very specific way, different even than thinking about, the land of Cam as black, right? So that's why there's a particularity of 1492 that we need to emphasize to understand the problem and how that gets created. Now, there's the work of Cedric Robinson, Black Marxism, which also speaks to the Irish. and he highlights the Irish colonial experience at the hands of the British, and in essence what Robinson is doing there, he's trying to point to how the British, in a sense, began to perfect as you alluded to, right, the technologies of domination against the Irish population, which then, in conversation with the Spanish, were perfected in different ways, Portuguese and others, in and through the colonization of the Americas, the Atlantic slave trade, and so on. But there's still a distinction, and I say this, for the sake of trying to then understand both the commonalities and the distinctions in terms of how there's a process of othering, a process of domination, a process of colonization that, and I've had this debate with students of Cedric's. I spent time with Cedric in Santa Barbara at the time, about whether or not that instance constituted not 1492, but that Irish colonization constituted the first instance of racism as we know it, right? And I would always push back and say, race-ish, right, or proto-race, in that yes, there's the naming of or the use of the word race, right, like in Game of Thrones and all these shows, but that and there's domination. I don't want to downplay that in any which way, but there is not the questioning of the very humanity, of Irish people, at least as best as I know, right? And correct me if I'm wrong. And that it's that distinguishes the moment or the shift from proto-race or race-ish to then, in relationship to Africa and the Americas, the outright questioning of the humanity. Right, others have talked about this as, you have the wrong God, but you're still human, savage, uncivilized, but we could work on that, right? As opposed to the moment in which the assumption is there is no God, you have no conception of God, and therefore you're not human. And you alluded to this with Púlveda de las Casas, but I'm wondering, your read of Cedric Robinson's work, if you've engaged that, and this question of this distinction that I think still, again, not to downplay in any which way the Irish colonial experience, but to help us gain that clarity of then why 1492, or how then coloniality takes shape in the way that it does.
Thank you. Owen. Fast.
Answer it at lunchtime, will I? Or would you prefer if I said something?
I committed suicide.
I think I'll. Okay. Yeah. Well. I think that the talk about which is the first, it can be a logic that starts to devour the debate a little bit, but there's profound differences in the 1492 invasion, enslavement, organized by skin color. But I think if you look at some of the records, especially from Cambrensis, he calls Irish beasts, so he does reduce their humanity. But I think Cedric Robinson is talking about racial capitalism, isn't he? Which is about 1490, in his view, 1492, the use of skin color to transform how labour is organised and how the line of the human is policed. I think Ireland is just a very, on a quantitative scale, Ireland's just so much smaller compared to the just the scale of death and the assault on the West African coast, the havoc that wrought in Africa. It's just I just wouldn't want to compare it, but the Irish experiences just make sense on its own temporal, spatial logics. But the problem is people reading race into now, and then people saying that the Irish were slaves. that's the Liam Hogan. He's written so much about that, which is just dispelling that. He calls it the Irish slave myth, because there's like white supremacists that try and use the Irish and read anachronically all these things back in the 12th century, the 14th century, even taking loads of stuff that I've said to just completely try and swing the narrative the other way. Do you know what I mean? So, but I just don't think I just would locate myself just within trying to talk about Irish colonialism. But when I went to the Barcelona summer school and met Lhasa and Vuyolwetu and Bongani, we were all concentrating because it was organised by people that centre 1492, and it made a lot of sense about just how the English completely changed and said, we better invent a new religion here. You know, we're going to change to Protestantism and change how land is organised in Ireland, change how they use gold, try and dislodge the Spanish. It all made so much sense for me when you think about just how it got more violent in Ireland after 1492. And I just think that the statutes, as I just said there, the statutes of Drogheda, where now Ireland is completely English. It's just an extension of England. I think that, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to talk there about it, but that would be my response, my very hazy response to you. But I'd need to, maybe we should talk about that at lunchtime now. I know, but not to say we only talk about that, but you know. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you, Owen. Thank you very much for that presentation and for the conversations. We're going to go and get some food. We will be back at 2:20, please. Yeah, we'll see you then. Enjoy.
What I see as a entanglement.
I think we have prepared, and Spirit has allowed for us to enter into this session. Can I ask that we all take our seats so that we can proceed with our program for the day in this last session. Thank you. Okay, so we're starting. Gulungele Pai. Before we proceed, I would like to just put Prof Nkosi on the spot. Siyabonga Prof. We'd like to acknowledge her, the acting Executive Dean of the College of Human Science, and as we call her, our mother. We are grateful to see you, Prof. Siyabonga kakhulu. Prof is very supportive of the work and the initiatives within the college and is always there to lend a hand and support and very much needed guidance. So Siyabonga Prof. I would like to then hand over to Mam Nwabisa, who will be taking us through this afternoon's presentation. Mam Nwabisa Tlotew, ingawe ma.
The song from yesterday. The rhythm. Thank you so much, Melusi. Ndiyacamagusha, ndinguJojo, ndinguSikhaleti kuMlombo, masicamakusheni, ndinguphala ndinguncuthu, ndingumlanjani, so bese inkomo zibomvu, masicamakusheni. Ndingutshandisa ndinguZulu, ndingumhlatyana ndinguSikhomo, masicamagushe. Ndingumhlakwa nangumSuthu, Tsotetsi Pulani Chotisi, Camagwini. Good afternoon. Let me observe the protocol of the institution. Tibulise Prof Nkosi. Mama, thank you for having me here. I have already thanked Dr. Seti yesterday and the team, saying as the practitioners of indigenous spirituality and culture,
we appreciate the platform to share and discuss these things, more especially the institution of this caliber, Unisa University. We have always known the Unisa as a university that created platforms for movements as it's necessary to decolonize our mind. So we are grateful for the platform. Mr. Mokshen, from yesterday's engagement, I have learned a few things about this space. I must say I've never been in this space before, where the room is full of professors and doctors, and I have no title whatsoever next to my name except Mrs. So yesterday I felt a bit shaken, but today I believe that in the long run, in years to come, there's hope that even the space will be decolonized. When I come with my white ochre, I won't feel like people are shocked about who is this, what is he, what is this for, In the years to come, I know that I will come barefoot, because we walk barefoot so as to connect with ukamata, So i-connection yethu iba more effective when we walk barefoot, So we believe that this space will allow us to be, slowly but surely there is hope. I can see that there is hope. And as I have spoken at length about the issue of use of a language, that I'm looking forward to that day where I'll come and speak in my own language and have interpreters, because you speak comfortably in your own language, more especially when you talk about the issues of spirituality. English limits you somehow, there are concepts which do not carry the same meaning in English than it carries in your own language, but we are slowly but surely getting there. Another thing that I've learned from yesterday's engagement is that when we discuss the issue of decoloniality, we have two views: the scholar's point of view and the practitioners of indigenous spirituality and culture's point of view. I would call it a layman's view, a view from someone who have never been to school, who have not studied this, So I've learned that to those of us who practice, Tina, the issue of decoloniality, we take it from the recent or early African history, like pre-modern history. But scholars, they take it far back to prehistory, to Middle Age history, to, Tina nje, we are just nje. We take it recent years, era ye pre-modern history, before we were colonized. So, Tina, our responsibility is to remind ourselves that this is how we used to live before we were colonized. And another point that I want to highlight is that as indigenous people, we have already started to discuss some of the issues, because we are helped by your engagements. We listen to you when you discuss these issues, taking them back from prehistory, for instance. And we try now and discuss and refine, because we are also in the process of rediscovering ourselves.
because the colonialism has messed us up. You know, we have lost our identity. We have lost a sense of our spirituality. We have just lost everything. So now, because of these platforms and these engagements, at that level, at the village level, at the community level, we have started to define and refine the way we do our spiritual ceremonies. For instance, we are discussing the issue of using brandy and jeans when we do our spiritual ceremonies. Where does each gene come from? Where does brandy come from? You know, and others know that they are saying that even the use of umqombothi, the sorghum beer, is foreign to us. We never used alcohol when we do these ceremonies. Some of us used sour milk, and some of us used water from rivers and from waterfalls, you know. So you are helping us to refine the way we do things. By those words, I'm trying to encourage you to continue with these sessions and never think that we don't take note, we don't listen, we don't see. They are helping us somehow. We are also discussing the issues of using beads. You know, beads are not African, they say. They're saying we used to use animal teeth and bones. You know, we never had beads. So when our spiritual healers use beads, they are now conscientized somehow that, oh, this is also foreign, this is not ours. You know, can you see how helpful you are to us at that level, at the community level, how fruitful these engagements and discussions are to our communities. We are also in the process of visiting our sacred spaces, you know. When we think of the story of Unongause, you know, we feel that there's a lot of cleansing to be done, because the story of Unongause was the last nail for us true to poverty, the reason why we are poor. Our ancestors have lost their cows, you know, due to what Unongause told us. So there's a lot of cleansing to be done. We are refining at that level. Remember, we said as practitioners of indigenous spirituality and culture, we date our history back to pre-modern history, to early history, not to ancient history. So we are saying help us so that we can link and connect these events dating back, you know, and see how are they going to help us to be who we think we are. We are planning to visit the mountains of Drakensberg, because we believe in Dobana, they also have a spiritual significance to us. The National Park of Zimbabwe, the Motopo National Park, where the grave of Cecil John Rhodes is. I hope Rhodes Must Fall will also help us to remove that grave there, because that is a point of our spiritual significance. When we trace back, we don't leave Motopo National Park out, but the colonizer, Cecil John Rhodes' grave, is there, you know. You know, when I was talking about English and the way it limits how we define our thing, yesterday I used the word concept illiterate. West or English have a way of giving it a negative side. Like as if we are saying our ancestors were not informed, were not intelligent. In other words, while we know for sure that our ancestors were intelligent organically, like what we call the organic intelligence, and Africa had its own civilization. We were civilized in our own way, you know. Our ancestors were rich. We had acres full of cattle. That was, by people who never study economics, for instance. You know, we lived life. We lived authentic and genuine life. You know, women, we could deliver babies without the help of the hospitals. You know, home birth were done by us without the assistance of the West. So we were intelligent, but the Western civilization now has reduced that to being illiterate, and illiteracy means that we were unable to read and write. Somehow we have lost the sense of reading and writing, but the organic intelligence was there. You know, and scholars, they will come and say to me, but how can you say that we were unable to read and write? Because there was Timbuktu libraries where there were books and all. But I still maintain that in the long run, we have lost that sense of reading and writing, but we were still intelligent organically. Life was continuing. There's nothing that Western civilization has brought to us. Instead, they took what was ours and refined it and presented as though it was theirs. Look at the issue of midwifery. You know, they took us to hospitals. They want us to give birth in hospitals, but behind our back now, they are becoming a private midwifery. They're doing a water bath at home at a high rate, of which is something that was done by us. Are we together? Are we still together? Another point that I wanted to make at the beginning in my opening speech was that scholars must assist us, when we discuss these issues and not put us under pressure to base our argument on someone. For instance, they will ask you when you share information, what is your source or who are your references? And they expect us to quote a well-known author, or publication. They have forgotten that in recent history, our knowledge and experience were shared verbally. If I say to them, my mom told me, they discredit you. They cannot take that kind of information because it's baseless according to them. So I'm appealing to you that as you continue to have these kind of sessions, of which I believe in the long run, in the future, in the near future, you will take these sessions to the villages, and you will have to accept or take the information that you'll get from our great-grandmothers as valid. Because in recent history, knowledge was transferred verbally. We never documented our history. And I believe that you really going to go to the villages, except for when, you know what I've seen, I normally see is that university students will come to our villages for a day and want to sit probably with one great-grandmother to get information and disappear after that. You need to go there and stay for a month, you know, so that you can connect with the entire village. And you stay in the village, not in a B&B, go and stay there and have a feel of what a rural life is, so that you can connect before you get the information that I think it will be of great use to you, you know. So that's another thing that I wanted to highlight to you. Other than that, really, I want to commend this platform and say, and I'm saying that we must allow these two perspectives to go parallel. We will meet and integrate in the long run. Allow us to define our history based on the recent era, and Nina, continue to go back to the pre-history, if you can, to help us redefine who we are. We, as practitioners of indigenous spirituality and culture, what we're doing is to remind ourselves that this is how we used to practice our spirituality before we were colonized. The colonizers, we know that they used 3 tools to colonize us. They use a religion to destabilize our spirituality, you know. They brought in the white supremacy kind of culture and patriarchy. Patriarchy is from the religion. It's the Christian religion that tells us that God the Father gave birth to the Son. As far as we know, no father or male can give birth to anyone. It doesn't say anything about God the Mother. As a result, when we talk about ourselves, we talk about our forefathers. You know, we don't talk about our foremothers because of the influences of the religion. And it teaches us about the white God, you know, the white Jesus. That's what we want to take out of spirituality. In fact, that's why we want to get rid of the religion altogether. Yesterday I spoke about the male and female energies. You know, we give reverence, we respect goddess as Africans. Umama, we speak about utadobao, umakhulu. You know, those are female energies, of which patriarchy has made grandmothers and our aunts lower or less important than the male figures. The head of the house is a father, is a male figure. While we know that, actually, like Prof was saying, actually, the goddess, the one who needs to be respected mostly, is a mom, because of the energy of fertility and you know. So that was the first tool that was used to colonize us, religion. The second one was education system. The current education system was used to brainwash us. And again, it promoted the white culture. All we hear about is the history of the West. There's nothing in this current education system that talks about us, you know, before we were colonized. It promotes the white culture altogether. That is why we are appealing to you, scholars, to help us decolonize the education system, because this one does not speak to us. It continues to enslave us. our children go to school to be employed by who? By white masters. You know, no one goes to school to employ anyone. I think religion and the education system, they go hand in hand. Because the Bible, when it talks about white master, when we talk about masters and slaves, we know immediately that the master is white and the slave is black. And that's what the education system is continuing to do. It produces labor force for the white masters. It needs to be colonized. We had our own education system, which West reduced it to being informal. That I feel it was really about giving these skills to our young children. They took our kids from home where they were learning. Home is a space where you learn everything. You learn farming, you learn everything at home. But they took our kids from home and they put them in a matchbox size classroom. And they claim that learning is going to take place there, while they continue to enslave them. For a young man to learn how to milk a cow, that young man has to be 35 and be doing agriculture in one of the TVET colleges. While in our system as indigenous people, as young as 5 years, that boy or that girl knows how to milk a cow, knows how to help or assist a cow when it gives birth, knows when a cow or heifer is pregnant, a cow is pregnant. He just knows. He just knows because he lives in an institution of higher learning, which is home. This system is calling this an institution of higher learning. What is higher about our universities when they continue to produce a labor force? They continue to instill a slavery mentality on our children. What is higher? That is the question that we're asking. In our endeavor to decolonize this education system, please take our kids out of these buildings. Take them to the forests. Take them to the fields. Take them to the mines. That's where education and learning can take place effectively. Take them there. I'm looking forward to a day where a grade 11 student would say to me, Mama, for a physical science class today, we are going to that forest to learn about poisonous plants and medicinal plants. Not from a textbook. What is a textbook or what is a laptop to learn all these things from? They need to be there. They need to feel. They need to taste these things. They need to be there. The environment of learning is to be on the field, not in the classroom. This is a grave. It kills, it destroys, it disturbs and disrupts our organic intelligence. Obviously, politics is also among those the tools that were used to destroy us, the divide and rule kind of a thing. We had our own systems. We would, our villages were designed in such a way that we stay in this village as one clan. That's how I think we were divided. It was not as gruesome as it is with politics. You know, we stay in villages according to our clans. I remember, I know in fact, in the Eastern Cape we have villages that are called Emazochweni. That is a clan name. That is how we were structured. But politics came and broke us into bits and pieces that we cannot even recognize who we were before politics were introduced to us. You know, as I was reading and searching this topic of decoloniality, I came across a journal published by Donald Lazarus Makula, Oba Libe Luana from Unisa. In his argument, he's saying the process of decolonizing the curriculum, he's saying there are different ways through which a curriculum can be decolonized. For equity and social justice in South African schools. He is saying the process of decolonizing the curriculum can be facilitated by drawing from the work of Smith, 1999, who identified the following elements of decolonization, namely deconstruction and reconstruction, self-determination, social justice, ethics, language, internationalization of indigenous experience, history, and critique. He continues to say, when he tries to unpack deconstruction and reconstruction, he says, deconstruction and reconstruction in the context of this article concerns reviewing and improving distorted school curriculum by rewriting it correctly to suit the people for whom it was meant. We need to reconstruct it. That includes deconstructing colonial, in some cases, distorted school curriculum and correcting it by deconstructing it. For example, he says, it will be important to teach African learners during geography lesson about geographical features and refer to examples that can relate to in an African continent than those in other continents such as Europe. That means it will be important to teach them about the Atlas Mountains in Morocco, West Africa, and Zambezi River in Zambia, Southern Africa, which they can relate to by virtue of both of them being in Africa, instead of teaching them about Alp Mountains and Rhine River in Europe. So he highlighted some threats of not decolonizing the school curriculum. He says one of the primary threats of not decolonizing the curriculum is the acculturation and total loss of student being. This is that students can lose their being, which include their culture, identity, native language, as well as norms and values. Students will forever remain subservient of the colonialist. So I think he attests to what I was saying, that it really, this curriculum continues to produce slaves, you know, and instill slavery mentality. According to the Department of Education, you know, when we talk about the holistic development of a child, it focuses on only 4 domains. It focuses on a physical domain, a cognitive and intellectual domain, of which it's questionable, you know, social domain, yes, emotional domain, and it leaves behind the spiritual domain, because remember, we are the spiritual being. So you can't develop a child without this 5th domain, which is a spirituality domain. So we are appealing again to you scholars to help us decolonize this education system and make it suitable for us as black people, you know, make it fruitful. It is scaring us to see graduates unemployed, sitting home without work. It scares us. And we're asking ourselves, what is it exactly that they're doing at school? What is it exactly that this system is doing to them if they come back and sit at home with no means, you know, of living? Unemployment rate is problems that we are faced with as South Africans are escalating. 10 years back, 20 years back, we're not talking about this, the load shedding, but now load shedding is becoming another big problem for us. But we have academics. But what is education doing to our people then if we cannot solve our own problems? Both the learned and those who didn't go to school are frustrated at the same, you know, level as the ones that are educated. We are frustrated about all of us in load shedding. So we are saying that in the process of developing the Afrocentric curriculum, please bring us back the sacred food, that the sense of the seeds that we used to have or that we used to plant for our food. We have lost count of our seeds. For instance, a child, when you talk about corn, he thinks of a corn as red and white, but we have a corn that is maroon, we no longer see it. We have a banana that have seeds. Where are those organic fruits and organic vegetables which used to have seeds? So in your endeavor to decolonize this, in your endeavor to develop the Afrocentric curriculum, please bring us back our organic food, because food is medicine for us as spiritual people. We don't eat to be filled up, we eat to live. We don't want in the process not to be able to dream because of the genetically modified food that we eat, which is poisonous to us. In your endeavor to decolonize the education system, please produce more, train more homeopath and herbalist for us. We want to go back to using herbs for curing our diseases, not drugs from the Western pharmaceutical companies, drugs that are killing us, drugs that are managing the diseases, drugs that are not curing the diseases, but they're managing them because we are customers to them. We will manage this disease for 3 months and it comes back again so that you can come back and charge money and charge you money for it. So the curriculum, the education curriculum that we need to see is the one that will produce more homeopath and herbalist, people who believe that your body is self-healing. your body has the ability to heal and recover from whatever disease or sickness. All right. So, all right. In our struggle to decolonize everything, spirituality, education system, please assist us by coming to our villages. Take this session out of the boardrooms. Come to us and have a feel and engage us on many issues. Like I was saying, that you have already helped us to try and redefine some of the things and some of the processes that we were following, some of the, like I was saying, the use of beads, the use of brandy when we have our spiritual ceremonies. Try help us to redefine, to remove and take this thing away, because we want to go back to our roots. We want to go back to our ways, our olden ways, It cannot be right that our children stay in the education system for 12 years only to learn how to read and write. No skill, nothing. He can't even fix a door handle. That cannot be right. Cannot even change a bulb. That cannot be right. Take us back to when education was about giving a skill to the younger generation, a skill to farm, a skill to cure these diseases, It can't be right that we are wearing a fashion that we do not even know. We want to go back to amafele. We want to go back to authentic and organic fabric. We are the highest producers of cotton. Abazali bethu used to produce what we call umqaphu from a plant. What I'm having, this cloth is supposed to be animal skin, but what West did, they printed the animal on this cloth, and they say, animal, yes, here's an animal. This is my totem. By the way, we are buying everything. They're making money out of everything. They're making money out of us when we are born at a younger age, when we grow up, and when we die, and beyond the grave. Because when we remember them in the spiritual realm, we can't do anything without going and buy what we're going to use when we perform these ceremonies. We buy a cow, we buy amazimba to do isogambia, we buy these brandies, we buy umoma, the wild olive leaves, we go to Durban and we buy everything for our ancestors beyond the grave. It cannot be right. So we are struggling with this thing of whiteness. Professor Sasanti, I remember you wanted to ask a question about this whiteness thing, this white supremacy that seems to be clouding us, that seems to be suffocating us. What is this? I'm really want to hear from people who will be able to explain about what is this white supremacy, whiteness? Why is it that it has a power to kill us while we are alive? I feel like I'm a walking zombie. Sometimes I don't even know who I am. What is this? Prof, do you still want to continue and ask that question? And I hope that I will get some answers when that is unpacked. Melusi, can you give a mic to Prof? Can I be seated? I think I'm done for today. I would really love to hear.
This is the beauty of having your sister in the midst, and she's reaching out to me in that way, and I'm reaching out to her. Let me begin by saying, in response to you, sis, that something interesting, and this is what one was saying earlier on. For some reason, he said that black consciousness adherent to Biko, he would be the kind of a person that Biko would be suspicious of. That is a white liberal, and is nodding that this is the case, and so I'm not misinterpreting and misrepresenting him. The truth of the matter, though, is that Biko was suspicious of white liberals. He was not suspicious of all white people. That distinction has got to be made, because when we don't make that distinction, we give the false impression that black consciousness did not have the finesse and the ability to distinguish. So Biko was engaging at an ideological level. And for Biko to do so was doing on a concrete basis of experience. The history of the African National Congress teaches us that when the ANC, after advancing a particular form of African nationalism, there were the alliances and the Congress of the Democrats, the Indians, the white people, and all of that. Because of the skills and the advantage that they had, they came in to offer assistance to black people, but ended up taking over the struggle of the black people and beginning to redefine the struggle of the African people. Because at their disposal, they had all the skills, monetary, intellectual, and everything, and they had all the sophistication. And before you know, you knew African people were walking behind and white people were leading. Hence, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the breakaway. In 1955, there arose a document that was called the Freedom Charter. This document said that we, the people of South Africa, declare for the whole world to know in 1955 that South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, both black and white, and that we are oppressed by a form of a government based on injustice and inequality. The first thing is, South Africa did not belong to everyone. It was the land of the African people, the land of black people. Mushweshwe, who is known for being a very kind man and peaceful one for that, filled with Ubuntu, said that white people must always know that they are wayfarers in our land. They don't know an inch of our land. Because when you begin to say that South Africa belongs to all those who live, then the rightful claim of the African people to repossess their land becomes nullified. South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. Mushweshwe said no, and the Pan-Africanists said no. And they said this book by Tom Lord, Sharpeville, it states clearly that the Freedom Charter was drafted by Ed Einstein or something like that. A white man. He's the one who sat down there because of the sophistication and the resources they have at their disposal. You see? And so Biko made that point. And here, it has got to be understood. When the black consciousness, so therefore the issue was about liberalism and white liberalism because it was an ideological issue, more and over and above the question of the pigmentation. But we must have no illusion. The question of ideology followed color. Whiteness is an ideology in as much as it is based on what they perceive as the skin color. Because when this oppression takes place, it is concrete, it is against the black person. In terms of skin color, not in an abstract way, it is concrete. And it is for this reason, when Sobukwe was asked, do you hate white people? Sobukwe answered. He said that it would be dishonest to say that when a person is coming to you wielding a shambok, you hate the shambok and not the person who wields the shambok. Because when you do that, it means that you are denying your own humanity. When we are being told in the name of Ubuntu to be non-racial, we are told to deny our experience, that we are humiliated on the basis of our skin color, and that we are being deprived and marginalized on the basis of the skin color. This skin color becomes a curse. It is a fact. And so Sobukwe said, yes. Sobukwe. So yes. We don't hate white people because they are oppressors. I mean, we don't hate white people because they are white. We hate them because they oppress us. Because in their failure to hate your oppressor, you hate your own bloody self. That is why black people keep on turning against one another and being grateful for white saviors. When one single white person stands up, thousands and millions of black people become grateful and say that on the basis of one exceptional white person who does not oppress them, then you forget that thousands don't speak that language. And so Sobukwe said, listen, and Biko said the same thing, that on this basis, the white people who are sympathizers to our cause must go amongst their own white people and go and tell them about the wrong that they are doing. They don't need to come to tell us because we know what you are going through. The struggle is hard. And he said, Sobukwe said that we want to be on our own because we don't intend to use anyone, nor do we intend to be used by anyone. We want to inculcate in the minds of the African people who have been told that they can do nothing for themselves, that they can liberate themselves, that their own are primary liberators. These are historical facts, concrete ones. And so, my sister, you ask, Ntana Sekai, you say that the scholars must lead. I think that you are going to wait for a very long time. For a very long time. Because the truth of the matter is that many of us who are scholars, you know Bantu Biko, when we examine the history of Bantu Biko belonged to the National Union of South African Students, a white liberal organization. Bantu Biko almost became a leader in that organization because Bantu Biko could articulate liberalism very eloquently. You know how Bantu Biko received his realization? It took him to grow to Rhodes, where his own white comrades reminded him that after all you are black. Because they had been comfortable for a very long time. They accepted the privilege of staying in a comfortable place and accepted that black people should go to the township, and there was no solidarity. Then Bantu Biko began to realize that black men, you are on your own. The reason that some of us speak decolonization and Africanization when it suits us as scholars is that we raise this black consciousness for our own selfish individual selves. We speak decolonization so that we can make a lot of noise, and thereafter the masters give us a professorship that corner there and a lot of money to travel all over the place, go to comfortable conferences and do all of that and get the scholarship. Because were this not the case, it would not have taken the children of 2015 to raise the issue of decolonization. Not only did these children fight against the content, but they even fought for us. And they said, you know, there are too many white lecturers, we need black lecturers. Where were black lecturers? Why didn't they raise that issue? Because they were comfortable in being assimilated. We are going to wait very long. Very, very long. And that is not an accident of history. It was meant to be that way. We were groomed in order to be elevated amongst the ordinary black people, but to be above, and to still remain below whiteness. And we were comfortable with that. Had that not been the case, we would have been the ones who led. Malecha Purumakhoba in 1995 at Wits University was the deputy vice-chancellor, deputy vice-chancellor. He was celebrated by the white establishment. They fetched him, they lauded him. He was a great one, a very educated one. He began to speak about the issue of Africanization. They said, this one. What is he talking about? He has lost his mind. And they began to investigate his qualifications. His sin was that he had all of a sudden awakened. Am I correct, my sister? Are we together? So, Tina, the students came up in 2015 because we were sitting comfortably. We lost the lesson in 1940, in the 40s, after the Excellent Commission of 1949. And when Bantu education was introduced, it was black teachers. It was Eskia Mphahlele, it was Phyllis Ntantala, it was Zefania Mutuping. It was black teachers who stood up and black parents who resisted Bantu education. And after some time, that struggle lulled. And when black parents were no longer fighting for the children fought on their own in 1976 and they were killed. So if indeed we are genuine and sincere as scholars that we call ourselves to be, we would be found in the struggles. But we don't even have time to teach our students. We'll have a lot of time to research one paper after another, because we are eager and desperate to become associate professor, and this and that. It's all about ourselves. It couldn't be otherwise. Because the schools, the educational institutions groomed us to become that. It is a value system. And so, Sisi, as I sit down, no, you are going to wait a very long time. But you are wrong. I listen to you, my sister, and I say this lovingly. Listen, you see, you are in English. Right? When you English. Now, there's a difference between English, Sangom, and the Western trained medical doctor. Now, I know, let me tell you, I know because I consult Zangom. I don't do so at night, hiding. I go broad daylight to Zangom. Now, my first experience of going to consult Sangom, I sat down, and this man said, this was a woman, this woman said, listen, you see, the problem with you, she doesn't know me from hell. She says, I know that you love Africanism, but your love for Africanism is a bookish one. You read books and you're fascinated with your Africanness and all of that, but still you're operating within that system of Eurocentrism. She didn't say English. She said, but that, and she described me well. But thereafter, she began to tell me that as I was talking to her, I was twitching here. She began to tell me that as I was talking to her, I was feeling as if there was something in my stomach. She told me that you have come with a particular person, and this particular person that you have come with, I can simply throw a stone, and that person there, this person had never seen us. Ever. The difference then, a Western trained doctor comes and says, where does it hurt? And you tell her it hurts here. And where does it hurt? It hurts there. And on that basis, then does what it is called a diagnosis. But Isangoma don't do that. They tell you, you don't tell them. And they have the audacity to say Western medicine is superior over your medicine. So when you say, please scholars, leaders, what you're actually saying is that this Eurocentric education that has been an instrument to poison, you're accepting its superiority because it is citing journals. Yeah. The truth of the matter, even as arrogant they were, these European scholars who came, they did exactly what you are talking about. They went into the villages to study African people and know them well so that they could then uproot them. These ones don't want to go back there in the cave. They say it is too dark in the cave. They want to look different. That is a fact. You go and read Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden said one of the manifest expressions of Europeanizing Africans was to give them clothes because they would no longer look like themselves. They would look like someone else. And read a book that came out last year, The Billionaire by Detroit. Detroit says when they met the leaders of the African National Congress in 1985, they themselves, the business people in Kabwe, in Zambia, they were surprised because these leaders of the ANC took this meeting so seriously because they were wearing suits and ties. It's there. It's there in Detroit. Now, in 1962, when Mandela appeared on trial, white people had to beg him not to wear his African thing because they were saying that if he comes in with the African regalia, it was going to incite the African people. Of course, Mandela came back, and sometimes he was wearing the Madiba shirt, but when he was going to important meetings, he was wearing a tie and a suit. So, Sisi? Yeah, you know. Hi, dear Kilengo. Lando bendifuna uyithetha iphumile. Ndibhodlile ngo. Ndiyabulela mntasekane. Fanele sibhodle. Sakwenzakala xa singabhodli. Ngeke kulunge. Hayi ngatshona.
Hayi nami ndithethe. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Sisante. That was really beyond what we came here to eat. We're full already. It's amazing. It's really amazing because you contextualize our situation and the black condition, especially now in this post-colonial, post-neoliberal era that we're living in South Africa. Also, thank you, Sisi, for your presentation. It's really amazing. I come from the art background. I see a lot of myself through what you spoke about because you are not just speaking about the exterior, you know, the corporeal. You're speaking about the holistic nature of a human being. You know, if what it means to be a human being is to be born into a particular environment, but there is no land, are you really truly human? You know, what are you wearing? Do you even recognize yourself in the mirror? So, for me, you took me through, again, I'm very fascinated by us getting into some way through all these engagements and critical thinking that we are doing as human beings. I really think that we are trying to be human again at the expense of what it took for us to be subhumanized through colonialism, enslavement, apartheid, landlessness, dispossessions, and all of that. It reminds me so much of what Prof was talking about in terms of being something versus this notion of nothingness, non-racial, non-sexist, during apartheid, during German Nazi, during all these other epochs, there was an ideology and it took a particular position. But when the neoliberal of 1994 ideology took over, we were forced into, again, point of nothingness, which reminds me of John Sartre in his seminal book, Being and Nothingness. This dialectics between the subject and the object. You know, there's always been a subject that is active, that seeks its own path. But this subject is always meshed with the object. The object does not know itself. The object is looking to the subject for its existence. So we are being co-opted again to become this subject that we are not. But we don't have any other reference. As you said, a lot of what was ourselves was forgotten, was violently removed from who we are. So the only mirror that we have is white, is Western, master. So these dialectics between the subject and the object talks to a lot of what Prof. Sisante has just spoken about, and also what you've spoken about. And it talks to the issue of the agency as well. Prof. Lehasa Maloy, in his thesis, doctoral thesis, he referred to the African agency. You know, what it means to be African with a particular agency in this world, 21st century. I can go on and on, but this agency also talks about us decolonizing towards something. What are we critically engaged on towards? Dr. Malloy says we are going towards Afrocentricity as our agency, not really going back, but looking back to go forward. So for me, the whole thing of subject and object talks about the I as the doer, as the agent, looking for, going for, vis-a-vis the me, which is a victim. It is happening to me. They are doing this and this to me. We can sit here the whole week, talk about history and what is done to us. But what about the I as the subject, not the object? The object is what we do when we're doing painting. We paint the object and the subject. It depends on who's painting what. So here we are given really an opportunity, as Prof. Hernandez said, to redefine who we are and bring about our new sense of being, using ourselves as the subject, as the being, not the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkonza, and also my dear sister, Sister Nwabisa. I'll pass the glory and praises to scholars who have worked themselves out and dedicated their lives, which we look to, who have given us the concepts through which we were able to complete our studies. So I will take that honor and give it to the father of Afrocentricity, Professor Asante, who is also my elder in the discourse. I consume that glory. As you were speaking, adding to the point that was said by Professor Sisande about scholars leading, I had a deep conversation with Professor Sabelo the last time he was in South Africa. He said to me, Mloy, when you preach decolonization, who do you have in mind? Who must be the consumer of the discourse if it does not begin with you? Now, academics who must teach decolonization must themselves decolonize. From academic institutions as mentor-side camps created in honor of the Greek mythological gods. If you follow the whole history of academos, these are the temples that sought to replace original temples of learning. One of the biggest questions was, can colonized African people who are enslaved within academic plantation decolonize that which its ontology, its space is created as an altar in honor of the false gods from an Afrocentric perspective. Now, Professor Ramosi then said something that was interesting. We would rather question others than question ourselves. We would rather question Christianity than question ourselves. One of the limitations that I've seen in some scholarship that seeks alignment with white liberal agenda is to decapitate and deconstruct Africa and Africans while they do not address Europe and Europeans. So they further step themselves and annihilate as a way to appease the permanence of Europe and Eurocentrism. Now, Professor Asante talks about ghetto philosophies, which is the title that was given to them in the 70s and early 80s as they factored in black studies. White colleagues felt that Afrikaner perspective was ghettoizing academia. So they have come from the ghettos to dilute academia. So one of the things that I have seen when I was in Temple University, he takes me, because I asked, why is it called Temple University? He takes me to the very center of this university to show me something, where indeed initially it was a temple, sort of a church, but what is going on at the center? There is what we call Tahisa in Sotho. I don't know how can I, which is literally at the center of this university, where the statue of the founder is based. It's also the graveyard. So one of the things that I'm therefore saying is that they had discovered how African people operate and live their lives, took those methods to defeat them. So one of the first questions that then really comes is that I had to awaken from my own slumber when I stood in front of that class. And I discovered that I was the agent that has come to colonize African students by teaching false histories. So when revolution and true decolonization takes place, a teacher who stands in front of the class must interrogate the content. If that teacher is liberated, his or her gospel begins to change by changing our attitude. So for me, what you have spoken, you had actually come to help us to think about how we can recenter ourselves. And so I just want to say thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, professors. And I specifically want to speak to the speaker today. Mama, you said that we need to, as academics, we need to come so that you can refine. That made me very worried because we need to come to you and we need to learn from you and then we need to reclaim. We find that when there are things or practices that's done, we only value it when it comes from a Western perspective or when we get it from a doctor. I remember when I was small, I used to eat garlic with my grandmother. And if I don't drink the castor oil, I used to get a hiding. I never knew why. But we were all very healthy. And when you get a stomach cramp, you must go and look for a round stone. You must go and search until you find a round stone, and then you spit. You bend and you spit under it and you put it down. It was not that the pill does not work, but if you go and look for the stone, for the round stone, you don't think about your cramp. When you bend over, there's a medical reason why you bend over, and it will help with the cramps. And by the time you've done, I can't remember exactly, but we were never given reasons. But there are reasons behind these things. This weekend we buried my grandmother's sister. And one of the questions, I'm almost 40, was, why didn't you go to her to get the massage that the women get before they get pregnant? Nobody else knows how to do that anymore. Why don't we learn from our practices? It seems like we need to pay doctors thousands, and then we value these very same things that we learned as children. You're talking about organic intelligence. My grandfather couldn't read or write because his father promised him the cattle if he looks after them. But without being able to read and write, he could fix any car. My father, they made donkey cars when they were young children. That's what they did in their free time. And nowadays we have young people who get out of school, they get out of universities, and they're lost because they can't do anything. So I hope that us as scholars go to the layperson and learn from them, because that is how it is supposed to be. I even remember we had to eat our pumpkin, but this was within context. We had to eat our pumpkin because if you don't eat your pumpkin, the pumpkin is going to make your hair straight. As coloureds back in the day, we come from Scottish black, and some people's hair were very coarse, and some people's hair were very straight. And then they used to tell us, you know, if you don't eat your pumpkin, your hair is going to be crus. So they had these ways of getting you to live healthy, but there were reasons behind it, and we need to learn. Otherwise, that knowledge that was there, and there's multitudes of it, we're going to lose that. And I want to thank you for being here, for engaging with us. And it would be wonderful if we had this conversation under a big baobab tree somewhere in the village, but without the heat, with a fan. There must be a fan somewhere. Thank you so much.
What we learn here is quite insightful, and I'm also appreciative of some of the stuff that I hardly have no idea about, that I heard from you, ma'am. But like Prof was saying, what's going on here, but this is what I refer to as colonial brainwashing. And the colonial brainwashing has left many of us academics very comfortable. Once we get in these academic spaces, we totally forget where we come from and what is our purpose here. Under the watchful eye of Prof. Sabelo, Ndlovukacheni, his mandate was that you are here to do your postdoc, but you have to go out there and change the communities and make a difference in the communities on the ground, because the people there depend on us, and they don't have the insight that we get here. We have to go and find out what are the pertinent issues that our people face in the communities. But like Prof was saying, what is actually happening here is that one or two people are promoted and they get comfortable and they forget about where we come from, and they forget about what our whole purpose of being in academia is. We should also guard, as we go through all these things that we are talking about, I am a bit concerned we should guard against ethnocentrism. We should not try to, while we embrace certain issues, we should not object to others when they think or see things differently. We have to instead learn from those people and ask, why do you see those things differently? Because if we are uniform, I think, there's a song that says, if we are all the same, what are we going to learn from each other? So what we need to do is we have to make sure that this summer school that we come to, I was thinking since yesterday that I hope the summer school is an experiment, and I wish the organizers were here. They are unfortunately out, but, oh yeah, you are here, and Paseka is here. The decolonial summer school is an experiment. We need to do the tests, and we need to see results. I hope that 3-4 years from now, we should be able to have a summer school where we just come back and discuss what have we done with what we have learned here. What have we published? What have we, and published in African journals, as we say, publish we should be able to sit here and say our coming together has had a major impact on our people. It is of no use for us to come together, enjoy the discussions, enjoy the luncheons, and then go back home and we totally forget about what we have learned here. So that means if we don't do that, we are doing exactly what our colonial masters have done to us. And we are now brainwashing those who come after us. We are brainwashing the students. We are brainwashing them. We are trying to show them that being in academia it's nice. You get money, you get promoted, you get rich, you move to the suburbs, and you totally forget about where you come from. So what we need to do here is to make sure that we have this experiment must have results. If there are no results, then it's all fatal and it's all for no use, because we will still have the same summer school, those who come after us 50 years from now, and there will be no results. So guard against ethnocentrism, embrace others' opinions and beliefs and whatever they do. Find out why they believe what they believe. Find out why they do what they do. Do not criticize them because of that. Learn from each other. I guess we are in an academic institution where we learn. Some of the things that Prof has raised here are stuff that I don't know. For example, I said to them, South Africans, and they said, no, we are not South Africans. And I didn't understand why they say they are not South Africans. Because for me, I know that we are even at the University of South Africa, right? Is this not South Africa? And I wanted to object to what they were saying, but I obviously didn't understand what they mean. And it made me think to go back and to go and do some digging and reading as to why Prof and the two professors, Prof Nokutula and Prof, said that they are not South Africans. Because I argued to say you are South Africans. I am, because I know for a fact that, like I was saying earlier, I'm an American, but I'm a South African first. I hold two passports. The one is American, the one is South African, but I know I'm an African. And let's not distinguish between different Africans. We are all Africans, but we have different. I also disagree with yesterday's comment. We have different cultures. Like, for example, after a funeral in Zimbabwe, what daughters are doing who are married into certain families are totally different from what's happening in South Africa after a funeral. It's, what do you call it? After tears. Instead of after tears, people, let us dry the tears of the people on the ground so that we can make a difference in their lives. Let's not become academics. We get a little promotion and we totally forget about where we come from. Let this summer school yield results within the next 3 years so that we can see what we have accomplished. Otherwise, it's of no use. Thank you. I'll clap for myself.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nwabisa. Yesterday I was saying to my colleague, not necessarily what I meant was, like I said yesterday, that I've been one of the lost Africans. And I think one of the purposes of the summer school is to do a self-introspection, because I heard Mama over there said we must go learn about the trees in the forest, and I just wanted to say, but Jurafa, we still need to learn about the language. We need to self-introspect, because now, how many of us now have siblings and children that are now attending in Kuro and learning English as home language and Afrikaans as second language? When they go back to the villages, how will they be able to engage with their grandmothers where they don't even know the language? Because when they get there, even the kids in the community cannot play with our kids, cannot play with our siblings because they are speaking English. It's, Mommy, I'm hurt. Mommy, I want this. Mommy, I want that. And I believe that that's where we need to start. Because like I said yesterday, that the only thing that unite us, the only time we get to touch on colonization is when we have a setup like this. Because one thing that I've realized about black people is that we don't, or African rather, we don't want to liberate ourselves, but we want to take the privilege from white people. So it's not about us liberating ourselves, about us taking the privilege away. I remember when I was doing my honors, the topic was based on the language preference and communication in a multicultural teaching and learning. And it was in the Northwest University, Mafikeng campus. All of them were black students, but none said I wanted to learn my own language. The only thing they said was that, no, we want English as the only language. We don't want Afrikaans. And one thing I realized that we don't want to put ourselves as Africans forward. We don't want to liberate ourselves. The only thing that we want is to take back the privilege, is to say to a white person, you also can study in Afrikaans. Because that's what we are doing right now. As long as the payslip permits, you will take that case to Kiro, because we have attached status to this oppression. As long as you are afford, you are not oppressed. You don't see the oppression. So if your salary advice allows you to take your kids to Kiro, you don't get to see that Afrikaans and English is being opposed on this child because you can afford the status now. But if this same Afrikaans and English were to be brought to a public school, will then fight and hold was this boards and saying, no, with Africans and in English, we need Setswana. But now because we've put status in that, it's okay. Because I think that's where we need to start. We need to start there. I was looking at it and I was laughing and to say that in 1976, the fight was against Africans, but today we clap hands because our kids at home can speak in Afrikaans and they cannot say in Setswana. They cannot do that. If I were to stand here, or if when I'm giving I was to make a mistake while speaking English, you would remember that I said something and I was not supposed to say it that way. You would remember that I did not pronounce it right, that I said often instead of often. But if a white person were to stand there and call my name as Kethiso, I would clap hands and say, he tried, she tried. And that is the mentality that we have. And I feel like that is one of the things that we need to fix rather. Before you even get to go and learn about which plant is poisonous, which plant is medicine, we need to deal with the mentality because it's never going to change. We are going to attain all of these things. As we stand right now, I'm turning 26. If I have a child tomorrow and I'm a professor, I'll take my kid to Kuro. And when we grow up now, we want to, and I feel it's the same with our parents. They now want to oppose this Africanness on us. And I'll say impose because you can't take me to an English school, make me learn Afrikaans, make me learn English, and when I'm this old, you then want to tell me I don't know my roots. You are imposing this Africanness on us. You are imposing this culture on us because we don't know it. I said to Mama earlier on to say, I don't even know, after yesterday, I don't even know if I'm Tswana or not because I can't trace it back. The only person I know is my mother and my grandmother. Probably if my grandmother passes away, the only thing that my kids will know will be me and my mother. Now, how do we trace it back? How do I stand your part and say, Kimotswana, this is my culture? How do I trace it back? How do I know if my great-grandfather was Xhosa or Zulu or anything? And she was saying that to me earlier on to say, yeah, that's why you would even find yourself to say, you need to say Thokoza because you can't even trace back where you are coming from. And I feel like it also needs to start with us. Now with our kids, let that child know Xhosa, let that child know Zulu, because now, and I see how proud we get when these kids are staying. I'm staying in Pretoria East and it's a complex, and when you stand outside, it's only black kids, but they're playing in English. Please pass me the ball. Can you with this level of privilege? Please pass me the ball. Can I please have some snack? I'm hurt. I'm like, you, it must be nice. And the accent is even nice. Others, they even have an accent that is way better than I. And I'm speaking of kids that are 2 years old, 3, 5 years old. Now, in closing, what I wanted to say is that let this summer school be a self-introspection. Self-introspect. Before we learn a lot of things, let us self-introspect. Let us detach this status that we have attached to this oppression. Yo, thank you.
Siyabonga sis. Siyabonga sis. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Just no.
Okay.
So, I've been trying to figure out how to put my thoughts together on this, and some of the dumbest people I know have PhDs, and some of the smartest people I know have no degrees. And I say that because you said you don't have a title, but Miss, on the contrary, Mama, if I may, that is a title that to aspire to, in the sense that, some of my elders back home, we talk about how do we raise the future elders worthy the name, right? We say that there are elders and there are olders. We need to know the difference, because not all elders have the knowledge, the spiritual fortitude to carry on with the work that you do. So I say that is a title, one worthy of respect. I want to go back to what Molloy was saying about black studies and the idea that it was a ghettoization of the university. In many ways, black studies, Chicano studies, ethnic studies more broadly, which I would say are misnamed, right? Because when we were trying to create those, the push was for a third world studies, but we were misnamed ethnic studies, right? It was an attempt to evacuate the politics from it. Nevertheless, we've done what we've done, and in the face of those critiques that have always alleged that we are bringing down the status of the university, we're ghettoizing university, unfortunately, too many of these academics then turn around and try to establish how, in fact, this too is valuable knowledge. So already we begin on the wrong foot, on a defensive mode of trying to validate ourselves in the face of white recognition, And I say that because I think also increasingly in the last few years, I've been trying to think about how to shift that conversation to not be one about academics of colors proving themselves, but on the contrary, right, is saying to the white scholars, you need to catch up. You are the ones behind, because you have, and it's not about like reducing privilege and downplaying them. It is and it isn't, right? The point is they have, we were just talking earlier, they have a big ego. We need to deflate it a bit, and that's okay. It's not to demean them, but it's to establish that the trickery and the lies that they have built are precisely that. And we who have been on the receiving end know that they lie, right? And it is through the lived experience of colonization, of apartheid, of slavery, of dehumanization, that we could say we see right through your lies. And it is from that vantage point that we're trying to add to knowledge to truly be universal or pluriversal, because what you've passed off as universal is but a particular history that has pretended to be universal. And sometimes we think about some of the work as we do. Well, let me hold off on that, but say rather that in the context then of the university and what it means to be in the university, we within ethnic studies more broadly in the U.S. have also gone back and forth on this question. And what is the purpose of ethnic studies? Why are we in the universities? Some people have gotten so disillusioned that say, forget the university, we need to leave the university and go back to the communities. And there's been many experiments of community schools, and I value those. But at the same time, I don't agree with that analysis, because sometimes what we need to see is that the university is not, that academics are not the ones to provide all the answers. On the contrary, all we're doing is entering into a very particular terrain of struggle. The university knowledge production as a terrain of struggle in and of itself. And so we're fighting these fights with these academics, but we might not be the best suited for the work of community knowledge. And even when some academics have historically gone to communities, it has been in this more commodification mode. Right, so Rigoberta Menchú, Maya from Guatemala, at the end of her memoir says, we still have our secrets. And by that she means not all indigenous knowledge needs to enter into these spaces. You know? And so I always am very careful about to what extent do I even bring in some of the things that have been shared with me in those settings, and it's a fine balance, right? Because ultimately we need to recognize that this space is about why I stay in the university and not just leave is because it's about the terrain of struggle against those lies. And if we leave, then we're conceding terrain. You know, I've had many good colleagues of mine that have left to create community schools. They're like, why do you even bother still university? And I tell them it's because I refuse to concede terrain to white supremacy. I make no illusions about the space. It's a dirty business we're in, the university, you know. But if we leave it and just, create this divide between university and community, say, oh, I'm done with that, I'm going to go to community, what we're doing is we're conceding terrain that we have won. Fought hard and still constantly on the defensive, but we have won. Because ethnic studies was never anything that was created from the administration. Said, oh yes, have your Department of Ethnic Studies, have your Department of Africana Studies. These were spaces that, I hate the word, but that we conquered, spaces that we took back or at some level, but I don't want to concede terrain. And at the same time, I want to value the knowledges that we can, in fact, gain and learn from. And one of my elders recently was saying, Chicano studies, like I've come to think like, okay, we've been in the university 50 years, but some of our students graduate and yes, they know histories of social movements, but can they start a fire? And to me, I've taken that as a challenge this semester. It's like, I want to take my students, teach them how to start a fire, because we don't normally do that in this space. But at the same time, is this a space for that? It is and it isn't, right? It's a delicate balance. But that being said, I didn't get to thank you yesterday for your offering today. I appreciate what you've shared here with us. Thank you.
Afternoon. Gamako. Okay. Well, my contribution is also on identity and language. I feel that on our drive to Africanize ourselves, and then we must also be more intent to discover our true identity. What do I mean by discovering our true identity? It is not a secret that in South Africa there is a high number of children who are being raised, who are being born without fathers. What that does, it creates a serious identity problem and a problem of displacement. We even see it on the national broadcaster. There is a program called Kumbule Kaya, which deals about bringing together people whom are lost, and the bulk of people that appear on that show are sometimes little children who are looking for their fathers. And sometimes you find that when they trace the family, the paternal family, the father is already late, and sometimes the paternal family don't have the power to do what is necessary for the kid. So now, are we going to say, since this child does not know his own identity, is he not going to amount to anything in life, or are they going to be facing a lot of problems? I really feel that Africanness should be inclusive and not exclusive, to say without this you cannot have that. It should, instead of not having this, you can still continue with your life, because there are a lot of people, especially in the township spaces or in black communities, when they will tell you about their life problems, and when they will tell you about things that are delaying their success, they'll talk about identity issues. And I feel that that should not be a person's fate or a person's destiny, that someone walked away from your life, now you cannot amount to anything in life. So I really hope that the Africanness or the African consciousness will also assist people to rediscover themselves, even in the absence of the other part of the identity, but to continue on their own journey of rediscovering. Because I also liked what Prof. Hernandez said earlier on about 7 generations forward and 7 generations backward. So that is just my contribution, colleagues, that the issues of language and identity, they're very important when we are thinking about the debate on Africanness.
I know, colleagues, and I don't raise my hand lightly. No, I don't. Really, I don't. I'm very cognizant of that thing that you said. Let's not be the figures of the summer school. But I was listening with my ears, listening with my eyes, listening with my whole being. And I think, Mama, when you finished, you said, what is this thing that is whiteness? What is this thing that is whiteness? And I think we really have that responsibility, because I think from day one, first hour, we began to see and hear about this tendency to kill, this tendency to obliterate, this tendency to cut, this tendency to reduce. When you said, I should be wearing an animal skin, but look, this animal is flexible on my shoulder. That for me is a tendency to kill, to take what is living and somehow give you a replica that is dead. And I think that theme has been recurring about what is the nature of our education. Is it robust and up to the task of making us not to be the caricatures that she's implicating us in at Curo, and our children, speaking English, and we are proud and we are happy not to see ourselves in our children. And what is this thing that makes us want to have children who are not like us? And is that not yet another way of dividing ourselves? So 2 things that I think keep recurring from the very first time is this tendency to kill, but also the tendency to have borders, the tendency to partition, the tendency to say it's either a male god or no god, and such things, to the extent that at the end of the day, if we go back and say that this particular summer school is saying decolonial, Afrocentric, and knowledge is otherwise, what are these knowledges that are more given to life, that do not revere GMO? What are these knowledges that want seed that is living, that want water that still sings, that want hair that has not been tamed? So at the end of the day, I think the themes that we keep coming to, the bigger issues that perhaps the small things that we say about ourselves keep revealing. If we take from a micro gossip, ghetto, township, Nyawope, after tears kind of rhetoric, what then are we saying? So that at the end of the day, we don't stay in Zimbabwe, they don't have after tears, they have this. But what is it that them in Zimbabwe doing this and us here doing that say about that migration, that big migration, and the disturbances that happened along the way that Prof. Santi was alluding to? So in other words, what I'm trying to get us to, at the end of day 2, is to say that while we look at the smaller picture, but let's also always go back. Many of the things that you said are saying to us there are bigger issues. GMO is not a small issue. If we unpack it to its finest understanding, it means that there's no tomorrow, there's no regeneration, there's no ownership, there's no security, there's of food, there's unemployment, there's dependency, there's a blackness that we all lamenting. And at the end of the day, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that when we confront this thing called whiteness, what are its characteristics? What are its characteristics? And perhaps that's something that all of us will leave this space with in this quest to introspect, but more than that, to not replicate the sickness that we have imbibed in the university out there and make it normal. So that would be my... And yes, I learned that Tamaku actually means life and water to you. So when Lehasa says Dr. Mkonza, you are not giving him water. You are depriving him water. You are saying he's a colleague. You are not up to the task of sharing as brothers. And I think it's those borders that really and truly we need to be so sensitive to and begin to work against. And if we don't, then we are only wasting our time, really and truly.
Aige sekwanele. Akukho sengakusho. There's nothing we can say further. Njobe shilo ubhuti Simphiwe. Magwandi.
Tomorrow?
All right, so what do we do? Okay, so tomorrow we are going to Freedom Park. The next 2 days we're going to be spending them at Freedom Park. You spoke something about a tour at 8.
Okay. Tomorrow we're going to Freedom Park, right? I know many of us have been, so you may not necessarily want to do the tour. We wanted to start the tour at 8 and finish at 9, so that at 9 o'clock the actual lectures then start. So for those colleagues who don't necessarily want to do the tour, tomorrow we're doing the museum, which is inside. And then the next day, on Thursday, we are touring the park itself on the outside. So if you don't want to go, you may arrive at 9. If you want to go, then 8 o'clock would be the best bet. I'm just trying to find out how many people need transport to get there, besides the presenters, of course, who already have transport. Okay. You need transport. You have transport. There will be, yes. Yes. Can you find Remo for me? She's in the car. She's feeling sick, oh yeah.
That's where
okay.
the transport stops.
All right, colleagues, you do know the bus stop on campus, right? That bus stop. We're going to send the bus there, where the buses normally stop. Yeah. Inside. Yeah. Yeah, inside the campus. No. Inside where the shuttles normally stop. Yes, we'll send it there. Let's say 7:30 so that we can all be there by 8 o'clock sharp. Yes.
Yes, you arrive at 7:30.
Yes, you arrive at 7:30. It's gonna be there before you arrive. That way it takes you to Freedom Park by quarter to. Quarter to it should be going for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we're leaving at quarter to.
So at quarter to, everyone must be there so that we can leave.
Yes, quarter to, if the bus leaves at quarter to. 8. Yes, for Freedom Park. Yeah.
My brother.
Thank you. So, Sis Ngahub.
I know.